All right, let's go ahead and call the Senate to order. Sergeant at Arms will please secure the chamber doors. Members, please take your seats. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President.
All right, Senators, we are very pleased this Monday, March 31st, to have Rabbi Ari Goldstein of Temple Beth Shalom in Arnold, Maryland, guest of the distinguished senator from the 33rd District. Please rise for the invocation.
My friends, as this is now my fourth time offering an invocation in this inspiring location before some very esteemed group of individuals, I've decided to use this as an opportunity to share with you a quote from a book called the Talmud, which is part of our ancient rabbinic literature, it was begun about 2,000 years ago and completed about 400 years after that. And it deals with Jewish law and Jewish legend, and this is what happened. In one simple passage, two rabbis are arguing about leadership and what it means. So the first one says to the second, according to the people, so goes the leader. And then the other argued, no, according to the leader, so goes the people. How true for me in my congregation, and how true for you in your position as well. You have been elected to represent the people. You were chosen because you were able to channel the needs of your constituents and repackage it to them in a way which communicated that you would fight for them and for their needs. And this is central to the unspoken argument that you have with your community. Excuse me, not argument, agreement. Indeed, according to the people, so goes the leader. And yet implicit in that first expression, and perhaps the reason the counterpoint was made, is that sometimes public leaders think more about giving the people what they want and not doing what is best for the state. And oftentimes what is best for them, even they don't realize it, the constituents I speak. So how did this story end in the Talmud? Well, wisely the Talmud said that both are right. That a leader should know when to simply obey the words of his or her constituents and also when to challenge them. As community leaders, we are obligated to listen to our people, but we are equally obligated to lead them even when it might be unpopular. And so my opening prayer is a simple one. O God, as we join together in the holy and critical task of leadership, give us the wisdom and ability to know when the time comes for us to conform and when the time comes for us to lead. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I got to sneak out.
Take care.
Thank
you. Recognizing the senator from the 33rd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to welcome back Rabbi Ari Goldstein back to this chamber, one of my favorite human beings, and it's such a pleasure to have him back, especially have him come scoot down Ritchie Highway to fill in a pinch, and I would just ask that his words be journalized.
Without objection, most certainly we will journalize the Rabbi's wonderful invocation today and thank him for his service. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, has everyone recorded their presence in the chamber? If so, the clerk will take the call. All right, with 42 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland is again back in session. Let's see if we have any introductions. Let's start out with introductions. Let's go with the pages. Co-chair of the Protocol Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, let's give our pages for the week a big, warm Senate welcome. Our first page hails from District 29, Chopticon High School, James Jenkins. James, big round of applause for James. Come on, colleagues, let's go. It's Monday. I think, James, did you come make it? James, let everybody know who you are. Give him a thank you. Okay, colleagues, our next page is Suan Pastakia from Urbana High School, District 4. Our next page hails from District 11, Notre Dame Preparatory School, I apologize, Elena Pfaff. Our next page hails from District 23, Bowie High School, Justin Sinek. Our next page hails from District 30, South River High School, Macy Shelton. Our next page hails from District 27, Patuxent High School, Delana Winter. And our last page, our final page to announce this afternoon is from District 36, Elkton High School, Isabel War.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome back, pages. You can see a very, very busy week, so get ready. Get ready. It's going to be a fun one this week. All right. Let's see. Any other introductions? Any other introductions? We will have a resolution tonight from the teachers of the year that are coming for this evening. So just as a heads up, so we'll expect them later this evening. Recognize the Senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, if you would focus your attention right above you. I have two of our interns up above us. One's a junior at the University of Maryland, Miss Caroline Garrett. Stand up, Miss Caroline. College
Welcome.
Park. And the second is Miss Brianna Garcia. Miss Brianna Garcia is a senior at College Park. And just a little added thing for Miss Brianna, Mr. President and colleagues, Miss Brianna started out as one of the Promise Scholarship students. She's now a senior at College Park, and she just accepted a scholarship to University of Michigan for a doctoral scholarship. I'm sorry, I tried to say that. So congratulations to her. She just signed the paperwork last week.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Congratulations. Very good. Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. Any further introductions? If not, so be considered the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day. As we've said, today we have the budget on the floor, so we're going to have some conversation about the budget. We have a few things to get to dispose of first. We will have a second session today. We'll see where we are tonight, but we should anticipate probably a double session Tuesday and Wednesday. Maybe not on Thursday, maybe a long one on Thursday. A double session on Friday, and I hate to do this. I really, really do. Trust me, I really, really do. But please hold Saturday. Probably an 11 o'clock-ish start time, and it's a for real one. But just looking at where things are and where the capital budget is and time before signing day, just keep Saturday as a real 11 o'clock. It is looking, I would say, 95% sure that we will be using it on Saturday. So we'll see how the week goes, but just keep that in mind. All right. With that, let's jump in to what we have so far. We have a message from the House. Clerk, read the message.
House Bill 102, Chair, Economic Matters, Family and Medical Leave, Insurance Revisions, Rules.
Majority
House
Leader
Bill
moves to be considered the
422.
reading of the bills. They will be referred to the Rules Committee. And on Saturday, I was supposed to have a Little League parade that I was supposed to be in front of, so, that's how, but no parades this year. We're gonna work comes first. All right. On the, we've got another message, yeas and nays. Clerk will read the bills.
Senate Bill 23, Senator Bailey, Natural Resources State Boat Act, Auctioneers.
Majority Leader
Senate Bill
moves to be
48.
considered the reading of the bills. They will be, these are just the yeas and nays. They are passed through. We have an executive order from the executive. The clerk will read the executive order.
Proclaiming an extended session of the Maryland General Assembly. The budget bill for fiscal year 2026 has not been finally acted upon by the Maryland General Assembly 7 days before the expiration of the
Majority Leader moves so be considered the reading of the executive order. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the required message on the 83rd day that without the passage of the budget with 7 days left. This is the one that we've been talking about since the beginning, that we knew that we were going to be kind of pushing towards the end to make sure we had as much information as possible. Obviously, we have the budget on the floor today. We'll have debate. We'll take it up this week and hopefully be done with, once we get through, we'll have conference committee by the end of the week and be done in plenty of time. So it's a required message. Just want to make sure that it's read across, but don't think we have to worry too much about it right now. All right, let's go to, the next is a message from the Mayor of Baltimore. The clerk will read the message.
Dear Senate President Ferguson, I made an interim appointment for Michael Gaines Sr. and Laurel Friedman to serve on the Pimlico Community Development Authority. Their appointment, effective immediately on that date, requires confirmation from the Maryland State Senate. I have attached a copy of the appointment letter for Mr. Michael Gaines and Ms. Laurel Friedman. A copy of these letters will be forwarded to the Executive Nominations Committee Chairman, Senator Clarence Lamb, and the Appointments Secretary, Tisha Edwards. If you have any questions regarding this matter, please do not hesitate to contact my Director of Government Relations, Nina Thelmus, or email in service Brandon M. Scott, Mayor.
All right, message having been read is ordered journalized, and the appointments will be referred to the Executive Nominations Committee. We have another letter from the mayor. Clerk will read the correspondence.
Dear President Ferguson, please accept this letter as notice of my formal appointment of Faith P. Leach to serve as member of the Maryland Stadium Authority. Upon her confirmation by the Senate, she will
Majority Leader moves
place...
so be considered the reading of the correspondence. Message having been read is ordered journalized, and we will refer the appointment to the Executive Nominations Committee. All right. We are going to start with JPR and get through this calendar, and then once we have everything lined up, we'll jump right into the budget. So it'll be here momentarily, but let's start with report number 37 out of Judicial Proceedings. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 15, Delegate Shi, Corporations and Associations, Limited Worker Cooperative Associations Authorization, Maryland Limited Workers Cooperative Associations Act, favorable with one amendment.
Recognizing the senator from the capital city is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As amended, this bill is substantially identical to Senate Bill 144, which passed the Senate unanimously. The bill establishes the Maryland Limited Worker Cooperative Association Act, which generally provides for the formation, operation, and dissolution of a limited worker cooperative association in Maryland. There is one committee amendment. The amendment makes a technical correction to fix an inconsistency in the bill. Move the adoption of the favorable report and amendment.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, chair recognizes the senator from the 43rd district.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Would the floor leader yield?
Senator may proceed.
Would this amendment it cause the Senate cross-file, does it conform to the Senate version of the bill?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 15 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 388, Delegate Robertson, Vehicle Laws, Drunk and Drug Driving, Points Assessments, favorable.
Recognizing Vice Chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill corrects an accidental mistake we made in previous legislation. It allows the MVA to assess points against a driver's license for a person who is repeatedly convicted of DUI. There are no committee amendments. Mr. President, I move the favorable committee report.
The floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 388 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 475, Delegate Allen, Transportation Equality for Service Members Act, favorable.
Recognizing Chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This bill is identical to Senate Bill 281, which passed unanimously. The bill generally establishes uniform definitions related to the military and the general provisions of state government and transportation articles in the Maryland Code, primarily by reference to definitions in the U.S. Code. While certain alterations within the bill represent only stylistic or technical changes, there are substantive changes. These changes generally make certain provisions within the transportation article applicable to all members of the uniformed services, thereby expanding eligibility for certain benefits. For an example, special registration plates, license expirations, renewals, emissions, exemptions, and the like. Mr. President, there are no committee amendments. I'd move for the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 475 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 604, the Speaker, Criminal Law, Financial Exploitation of Vulnerable and Senior Adults, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing Chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As amended, this bill prohibits a person who is a caregiver to a family member or household member of an individual from knowingly and willfully exerting unauthorized control over and obtaining the individual's property with the intent to deprive the individual of their property if, one, the individual is a vulnerable adult, and two, if the person knows or reasonably should know that the individual is a vulnerable adult. Violators are subject to the existing penalties under Section 8-801 of the criminal law article, which is exploitation of a vulnerable adult. A sentence imposed for violation of this new prohibition must be concurrent and not consecutive to a sentence for any crime based on the act or acts establishing the violation. Mr. President, there are two committee amendments. Number one is technical, and number two is conforming. This bill with the amendments is the same posture as Senate Bill 466 would pass the chamber unanimously. Move for the adoption of the favorable committee report and the two committee amendments.
Floor Leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 604 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 853, Delegate Pasture, Post-Conviction Review, Procedure to Reduce Duration of Sentence, Maryland Second Look Act, favorable.
Recognize the senator from the 44th as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This bill expands the application of the Juvenile Restoration Act of 2021 to allow an individual to file a motion to reduce a sentence under the Act's provisions and procedures if the individual, one, was convicted of an offense committed when the individual was at least age 18 but younger than the age 25, two, was not sentenced to life without possibility of parole, three, is not a sex offender as defined under sections 11-701 of the Criminal Procedure Act, and four, has been in prison for at least 20 years for the offense. The bill also adds specified protections for victims, again, protections for victims for all proceedings under section 8-110. There were no committee amendments. Mr. President, I move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to have this bill special ordered until the appropriate time tomorrow.
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 All right. Are there any objections to the special order? Without objection, the bill will be special ordered to the appropriate time tomorrow. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 913, Delegate Wells, Baltimore City Speed Monitoring Systems, Interstate 83, favorable.
All right. All right. Recognizing the chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This bill increases the number of speed cameras that may be placed on Interstate 83 in Baltimore City from 2 to 4. The bill also makes pertinent authorization to place the speed cameras at intersection 83 in Baltimore City. There are no committee amendments, and move for the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 913 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. I think it does. Okay. Let's do finance. Finance. We go to finance. This is report number 41. 41. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 3, Senator Ellis, Procurement, Public Works Contracts, Data Dashboard, Maryland Public Works and Apprenticeship Transparency Act, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the senator from the 28th District as the floor leader.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Your colleagues. Found it. Colleagues, Senate Bill 3 as amended establishes a work group on the creation of a data dashboard for public works contracts and apprentices to study the most efficient and cost-effective method to create a publicly available data dashboard that disaggregates information regarding public work contracts with the state. The work group is expected to make recommendations including determining the necessary costs associated with developing and maintaining the dashboard. The report is due on or before January 7, 2027. The two amendments strike the bill as introduced and establish the work group. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 3 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 486, Senator Lamb, School Health and Wellness Personnel Assessment and Maryland Council on Advancement of School-Based Health Centers, favorable with one amendment.
Recognize the senator from District 12 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 486, as amended, is identical to House Bill 672. The bill requires the Department of Health and the Department of Education to conduct an annual assessment of the school, health, and wellness personnel workforce in the state. MDH and MSDE must jointly submit a report to the General Assembly on the findings of the assessment by December 1st, 2027, and annually thereafter. The bill also adds a school nurse member nominated by the Maryland Association of School Health Nurses to the Maryland Council on Advancement of School-Based Health Centers. There is one amendment. It requires MDH and MSDE to publish report findings on their websites, requires MDH to consult with associations of school health and wellness professionals on strategies to improve the recruitment and retention of such personnel. Move the adoption of the amendment and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 486 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 646, Senator Muse, Health Insurance Insulin Prohibition on Step Therapy or Fail First Protocols, favorable with two amendments.
All right. All right. Senator from District 12, floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 646, as amended, prohibits carriers from imposing a step therapy or fail first protocol for insulin or an insulin analog if it is used to treat type 1, type 2, or gestational diabetes. The bill applies to all policies, contracts, and health benefit plans issued, delivered, or renewed on the state on or after January 1st, 2026. There are two amendments. The first is technical. Amendment number 2 strikes language that would have prohibited the use of step therapy or fail first protocol for a prescription drug that performs a similar function to insulin. Move the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 646 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 676, Senator Guile, Healthcare Facilities, Hospitals, and Freestanding Birthing Centers, Perinatal Care Standards, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the bill sponsor is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 676, as amended, is identical to House Bill 1380. The bill requires the Department of Health to adopt regulations establishing minimum perinatal care standards that meet or exceed the Maryland Perinatal System standards for each hospital that provides obstetrical services and each freestanding birthing center. Each hospital and freestanding birthing center must meet the standards as a condition of licensure. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 requires the department to consult with the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems when adopting the regulations and requires the regulations to be adopted on or before October 1st, 2026. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 676 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 691, Senator Hester, Cybersecurity Healthcare Ecosystem, favorable with two amendments.
Recognize the senator from the 28th as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, Senate Bill 691 as amended is identical to House Bill 333. The bill establishes a healthcare ecosystem stakeholder cybersecurity work group to develop strategies for preventing, responding to, and recovering from a cybersecurity incident in a healthcare-related industry. The work group must submit an interim report by January 1, 2026, and a final report by December 1, 2026. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 strikes the bill as introduced and establishes the work group as described. There is no fiscal impact. Mr. President, I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 691 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 988, Senator Lamb, dental services, dental hygienists in schools and school-based health centers, and the Maryland Collaborative to improve children's oral health through school-based programs, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the senator from District 12 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As amended, Senate Bill 988 is identical to House Bill 1143. The bill establishes a Maryland Collaborative to improve children's oral health through school-based programs to study and make recommendations to improve the oral health of children in the state through school-based dental programs. There are 2 committee amendments. The first is technical. Amendment number 2 strikes the authorization for a licensed dental hygienist to practice under the general supervision of a licensed dentist in a school or school-based health center. It requires the collaborative to study and make recommendations analyzing the impact of clarifying the law governing the practice of dental hygienists in school settings. And lastly, it adds 1 representative to the Maryland Dental Society and of the Maryland Dental Society and 1 representative of the State Board of Dental Examiners to the collaborative. Move the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader, move for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 988 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right. Let's go ahead and turn to the budget bill. This is layover calendar number 32. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 3850, the Speaker, Budget Bill Fiscal Year 2026. Question is the adoption of the 70 committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the 70 committee amendments and the favorable report. We'll ask the chair of the committee to please join us here at the dais to go through the 70 committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, as you mentioned, we were recommending 70 amendments to the budget. The amendments are indicated in the committee reprint and in the committee report distributed on Friday. Budget link, of course, to House Bill 352, the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, to maintain a balanced budget in fiscal years 25 and 26. As I mentioned on Friday, we have worked very hard this session in collaboration with the governor and our colleagues in the House to bring a budget before you today that puts Maryland in a strong fiscal position and surpasses our spending affordability goals. I think this is really important, and I said it last week, and I need to say it again, and I may even say it one more time later. We had 3 goals that were of consequence. The one that we ended up with a cash surplus of at least $100 million. We ended up with $350 million. We had a rainy day fund that we were requiring ourselves to hit at 7.5%. We kept it at 8%. And finally, which I think is the most was the most difficult to handle and the most important in many ways as we think about the future, is the budget resolved the $2.5 billion structural deficit and left a structural surplus in 26. And as I also mentioned, the really interesting part about the way budgets flow over time, we were able to take the $2.9 billion structural imbalance for 27, and now that will be $300 million. So significant changes in an effort to put us in the best possible shape as we could get. So I'll now turn to the committee amendments. I'll introduce the amendments in groups, and after describing the amendments, I will then move for each group to be adopted. If any member has concerns about a specific amendment, please ask to have that amendment separated for debate. As in the past, I ask members to hold additional amendments until after the committee amendments have been considered. Please keep in mind that any amendments are to be drawn to the committee reprint. Staff in the amendment office is available to assist you. With your permission, Mr. President, let me now turn to the first group of amendments.
Senator may proceed.
Amendments 1 through 5 pertain to the General Assembly, the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing, Historic St. Mary's City Commission, the Governor's Office for Children, and the Governor's Office for Crime Prevention and Policy. In the General Assembly, Amendment 1 reduces general funds. In the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing, Amendment 2 restricts funds pertaining to submission of a report. In Historic St. Mary's City Commission, Amendment 3 deletes new positions and associated funding. And the Governor's Office for Children, in the Governor's Office of Children, Amendment 4 partially restores funds in the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy. Amendment 5 adds language restricting funds to be used in a certain manner. Move adoption of amendments 1 through 5.
All right, the chair moves that we adopt committee amendments numbers 1 through 5. Any discussion or separation of the amendments? Any objection to the amendments? Without objection, amendments 1 through 5 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Adoption 6 through 11 pertain to the Maryland Stadium Authority, the Military Department, and the West North Avenue Development Authority, the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, and the Property Tax Assessment Appeals Board. In the Maryland Stadium Authority, Amendment 6 partially restores funding, and Amendment 7 restores funding. In the Military Department, Amendment 8 restores positions and funding in the West North Avenue Development Authority. Amendment 9 restores funding in the State Department of Assessments and Taxations. Amendment 10 restricts funds pending the submission of a report. In the Property Tax Assessment Appeals Board, Amendment 11 restricts funds pending the submission of a report. Move adoption of the amendments 6 through 11.
All right, the chair moves that we adopt amendments 6 through 11. Any discussion or separation of these amendments? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 6 through 11 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Amendments 12 through 18 pertain to the Department of Budget Management, the Department of Information Technology, the Department of General Services, and the Maryland Department of Transportation, and the Department of Natural Resources. In the Department of Management and Budget, Amendment 12 restricts funds pertaining to a report. In the Department of Information Technology, Amendment 13 restricts funds pertaining to the submission of reports. In the Department of General Services, Amendment 14 deletes new positions and associated funding. In the Department of Transportation, Amendment 15 restricts funds pending the submission of a report. And Amendment 16 reduces funding. In the Department of Natural Resources, Amendment 17 restricts funds pending the submission of a memorandum of understanding. Amendment 18 restricts funding to be used for 2 projects. Move adoption of amendments 12 through 18.
All right, chair moves that we adopt amendments 12 through 18. Any discussion or separations? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 12 through 18 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Amendments 19 through 35 pertain to the Maryland Department of Health and the Department of Human Services. In the Maryland Department of Health, amendments 19, 25, 27, and 32 restrict funds pending the submission of reports. Amendment 20 modifies the amount of contingent reduction. Amendment 21 modifies the amount restricted pending a report and schedule for submitting reports. Amendments 22, 23 strike language restricting funds for certain purposes. Amendment 24 restricts funds for certain purposes. Amendment 26 adds language related to certain cost containment actions. Amendments 28 and 29 make a reduction contingent on legislation. Amendments 29 and 31 add language restricting funds to certain purposes. Amendment 33 alters a reduction contingent on legislation in the Department of Human Services. Amendment 34 modifies the due date for a report, and Amendment 30, that was Amendment 34, and Amendment 35 restricts funding pending the submission of report. Move adoption of amendments 19 through 35.
All right, the chair moves that we adopt committee amendments 19 through 35. Any discussion or desires to separate out amendments? Any objections? Without objection, committee amendments 19 through 35 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
These are 36 through 50, pertain to the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, the Maryland State Department of Education, Morgan State University, St. Mary's College of Maryland, and the Maryland Higher Education Commission. In the Department of Public Safety and Correction Services, Amendment 36 restricts funds pending a letter, and Amendment 37 modifies a restriction. In the Maryland State Department of Education, Amendment 38 partially restores funds. Amendments 39 and 41 reduce funds. Amendments 40 partially restores funds and makes remaining funds contingent on legislation. Amendment 42 adds language making a reduction contingent on legislation. In Morgan State University, Amendments 43 and 49 strike language. In St. Mary's College of Maryland, Amendments 41 and 50 restrict funds pending a submission of report. In the Maryland Higher Education Commission, Amendments 45 restricts funds pending a report. Amendment 46 partially restores funds. Amendments 47 and 48 partially restores funds and strike language. Move adoption of amendments 36 through 50.
All right, chair moves that we adopt committee amendments 36 through 50. Any discussion or desires to separate? Any objection to amendments 36 through 50? Without objection, committee amendments 36 through 50 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
These are amendments 51 through 58. Pertain to the Department of Commerce, the Department of Juvenile Services, and the State Reserve Fund and deficiency appropriations. In the Department of Commerce, Amendment 51 partially restores funds for one program, reduces funds for another program. Amendment 52 adds language restricting funds. In the Department of Juvenile Services, Amendment 53 restricts funds pending the submission of a report, and Amendment 54 strikes language restricting funds. In the Sunny Day Fund, Amendment 55 partially restores funds and modifies the amount of funds contingent on legislation. In deficiency appropriations in the Department of General Services, Amendment 56 restricts the deficiency appropriation to be used for a specific purpose. In the Maryland Higher Education Commission, Amendments 57 and 58 partially restore funds by modifying language, making reductions contingent on legislation. Move adoption of 51 through 58.
All right, the floor leader moves to the adoption of committee amendments 51 through 58. Any discussion or desires to separate? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 51 through 58 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
These are amendments 59 through 65, pertain to the back of the bill sections. Amendment 59 restores funds for specific purposes and makes additional reductions for the fiscal 25. In section 20, Amendment 60 clarifies certain cost containment actions and adds 2 grants in fiscal 2025. Amendment 61 adds funding for specified grants in fiscal 26. Amendment 62 modifies the amount restricted. Amendment 63 partially restores funding. Amendment 64 deletes positions and funding. Amendment 65 is technical. Move adoption of amendments 59 through 65.
All right, chair moves for the adoption of amendments 59 through 65. Any discussion or desires to separate? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 59 through 65 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
These are amendments 66 through 70. They pertain to the supplemental budget. In the boards, commissions, and offices, Amendment 66 deletes new positions and associated funding. In the Department of General Services, Amendments 67 and 68 restrict funds for a specific purpose. In the Maryland Department of Labor, Amendment 69 restores funds. In the Department of Commerce, Amendment 70 reduces funds. Move adoption of the amendments 66 through 70.
All right, the chair moves that we adopt amendments 66 through 70. Any discussion of the amendments? Any desires to separate? Any objections? Without objection, amendments 66 through 70 are adopted. Question now before the body is, oh, I'm sorry. Are these committee amendments?
I have a committee amendment.
I think we have to take it up after the favorable report.
Okay.
So question before the body now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended, recognizing the minority whip.
Mr. President, just making sure, is this the appropriate time to ask a question on the committee report? and the budget
Certainly
bill?
on the budget as a whole.
Budget as a whole,
Yep.
committee report, okay.
Now would be the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would wonder if I could ask the chairman to yield for a question. Thank you so much for your time, and you've come to talk to our caucus, and you've worked with us individually. We appreciate that. We have some differences of opinion, but we appreciate the dialogue and the discussion. Can I just start with the question, the budget overall, is it larger or smaller than last year?
So if you're talking about the general fund, it's smaller. If you're talking about the overall budget, including federal funds and special funds, it's slightly larger.
Okay, so it does rise, but not a lot, but it does rise.
No, but for the part that really, quite frankly, we focus on in terms of general funds, the amount where we are collecting taxes and spending money on behalf of our constituents, that portion actually is smaller. It's 1.5% smaller, including our change, which took it from 1% smaller to 1.5%.
Was that the Senate's change?
Yes.
Because I was.
Yeah, I think the House is probably very similar, but.
Okay, so the Senate and the House both collaborated to trim a little bit more out of the general fund expenditures from the original governor's budget.
That's correct. We made an additional $600 million in cuts.
Thank you. The rainy day fund, we discussed that. I know the goal was, you said 7.5%. The rainy day fund, by law, do we have to have it at 5? Is that the rule? Is that, or the?
I don't know that we act.
Not by law, but by practice?
By law, by 5 is, yeah, by 5 as quickly as possible. It's been the practice at 5, yes, but yes, there is a requirement to get it there. If you go below it, to get it back as quickly as possible.
Correct. I assume that has somewhat to do with the bond agencies and other types of issues like that.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. The last couple of years, the budget overall was smaller as a final number. A lot of that was federal funds leaving from COVID. What did we do to make up for some of the loss of funds? Did we utilize the rainy day fund to, especially, I'm thinking last year specifically, did we use the rainy day fund to help with balancing the budget last year?
Yeah, it came down from 10 to 8.
From 10 to 8, okay. Was there discussion given, so we did that so that we could maintain levels of state spending. Was there discussion about we ought to do something with the rainy day fund? And I'm all for keeping a robust rainy day fund, but was there discussion in the committee about using a little bit of the rainy day fund, staying above 5, but using some of that 8% or 7.5% to offset so we don't have to raise as many of these taxes that we're having to raise in the BERFA?
So the problem with thinking about a rainy day fund and the surplus of a rainy day fund is that it's one-time money. So in effect, if we did that, we wouldn't be helping our structural deficit at all, right? Or projected shortfall, as I'd rather call it, than the structural deficit. If you use that money, it's gone. To me, you use it when you really need it to backfill something, to deal with a unique circumstance or time and place, but knowing that what you're doing is that you aren't creating any better structural playing field for the future.
I understand that, and so your approach, the approach generally for the chair, not the chair approach and the approach the committee would typically take was that these are like one-time funds, correct? That once you spend them.
Look, yes, they are. They are one-time funds, by definition.
So in the previous budgets that last year particularly, in the last couple of years, were rainy day funds used to prop up ongoing expenditures?
Can I say that there were absolutely no cases of that? I can't say that. There were some, not much. Not much, if any.
Okay, well, it's good to know, because I think the fair question that taxpayers have is this budget proposes, I think we appreciate on this side of the aisle that there were suggestions we made and some were adopted. There were several that weren't, and we may talk about that a little more today. It's a bitter pill to go back to taxpayers and say, well, we balanced the budget. In the last couple of years, we balanced the budget using the rainy day fund, but this time we're not willing to do it so that we don't have to raise as many taxes. I understand the argument, but I just thought that was an interesting point.
This is really, in my opinion, all about the structural flow for the future. That's what this budget is defined by. And as I pointed out when we started speaking today, I've said it, now it's going to be the third time I said it because I think it is so important that the impact of what we have done today, or what we will do today, will have a lasting effect, not just for 26, but clearly into 27 in a big way, dropping that structural deficit from $2.9 billion to $300 million.
Does that deal with I'll follow up with this. So was there any real substantive discussion about a budget that would not raise taxes or not raise taxes at least significantly?
I can assure you that there's no underlying great desire to raise taxes by anybody. So the answer is, of course, and the first step in that process, as I saw it, was to think about what kind of cuts we can make, and that's why we were able to come up with an additional $600 million in cuts.
Appreciate the answer. And then finally, several amendments dealt with funds being withheld. And one of the questions that I get while you wait for information, I think, if it's what I think it is, I commend you for withholding funds, the committee, because we obviously have questions. One of the things we all hear from our constituents is, number one, where did the money go? Number two, are there audits? And we do have a robust auditing system. I think it maybe could even be a little bit better, but we'll talk about that later. But so a lot of those funds being withheld, are those waiting for agencies to respond to audit findings?
They are typically waiting for those agencies to respond to questions, sometimes extensive questions that we couldn't get answered in the short period of time that we have while we're here, about all kinds of programmatic things that are going on in their agencies.
And then my final question, and thank you, Mr. President, on the issue of, there's been some very serious and financially large audit findings in a couple of our departments. I think the health department, there's been some issues in corrections. What has the committee found out about that? Is there anything that can be reported now, or is that maybe part of some of these audit findings we're withholding some funds?
It's all laid out in the audit reports. Our Office of Legislative Audits does an outstanding job. Actually, I think agencies in general would be happy if they didn't do as much as they do and aren't as thorough as they are, because they are very thorough. All that information is laid out, and what we try to do with them as we bring them in, and we don't bring all the agencies in to talk specifically about that. All the agencies come in during the budget process, of course. Agencies who have significant audits, agencies that have repeat audits, we bring those in an additional amount during this budget season. There's also the hearings that go on outside during the interim with these agencies, but we bring them in during this budget season to have further discussion, further analysis and discussion about why they are the way they are, and what is the plan that you've created to relieve this in the future.
Thank you for your answers, Mr. President. I know we may have some other issues to raise in the future. Just appreciate the answers. Concerned about what this impact on taxpayers is going to be, and we'll talk about that a little bit more further. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor leader would continue to yield, please.
Senator may proceed.
Again, accolades. I think we had a very tough assignment for us all to try to overcome this $3 billion deficit. And one of the things I wanted... Structural deficit.
I think that's important to say.
Well, that's actually what the question was going to be, is in seeing that we had this structural deficit, in order to balance the budget, it looked like there were a number of general fund transfers. Okay, so
Yes.
if I'm looking at the top two on the list, the local income tax reserve fund, $307 million. Can you explain what that fund is and what it means to make that transfer? And is it a one-time transfer?
Well, it's been used many times over the years, particularly when times are a little tougher. It's a fund that holds money in order to make payments on the local.
The local income tax revenues go into the account.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the local tax revenues go in, and they ultimately is used then to make payments. And we use it in large part because it has been a sizable fund. It always is a sizable fund. It has probably a little more than, well, I shouldn't say that. It's a sizable fund, and so it is a place where we look to find relief when we're in difficult times.
So if you weren't looking for this relief, where would the money be going? Is this something that is being withheld from the locals?
Yeah, this is a cash flow thing. This is interesting. This is
Yes.
this is an issue in a number of places in our budget. You might be surprised that at any given time, and I call it float, in the bigger budget, we have money coming in and going out all the time, and it's about $7 billion. This is a similar thing where there's money coming in and going out, but there is that, quote, float there that allows for, when there's a significant amount of money going on there, it allows that to be used for circumstances such as this.
Okay, just in kind of closing this out, obviously there's been a lot of conversation about what the federal government is doing and how that affects Maryland, the state of Maryland, in our budget concerns. At the same time, the state of Maryland is doing a number of things that are affecting our county and local governments as well too.
Yeah.
And when you see the top item on a general fund transfer that says local income tax reserves,
Yeah.
it really gives the opinion, the perception that we are taking 307.
We're not. We're using it temporarily, and we will be repaying it. There'll be a repayment plan.
There is a repayment plan.
Yes.
There's definitely a repayment.
Yes.
Okay, let me hit the next one because again, a fairly substantial number. The Strategic Energy Investment Fund, $230 million being transferred from that fund to the general fund.
I apologize. Could you say one more time?
The next item on the general fund transfers was the Strategic Energy Investment Fund that transfers out $230 million from that fund to the general fund.
Yes.
Okay. That money is
There's
go.
funds there's funds that build up in lots of different funds all across government for various uses. And again, during these times, and I can think of over the years many times when governors have gone to those funds to, on at least a temporary basis, deal with a problem.
And that generally is what we hear about more than anything. When you have those special use funds, for instance, program open space seemed to have gotten rated many, many times in the past. That is a 0.5% tax on the transfer of purchasing real estate that goes into what many considered very, very important land preservation and community parks, playground types, recreational uses that gets transferred out. As you mentioned before with the local income tax reserve, you mentioned that getting paid back. Is there the intention of money that's taken out of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund?
There is not a plan for that.
Not a plan to pay that back?
Correct.
So again, you have a fund that has, in this case, been paid by energy companies that have received money from individuals' utility bills that is supposed to go to very specific energy-type conservation projects that has built up to maybe just doesn't do the intended purpose anymore, right? That they just can't spend enough of the money on those types of projects, and now we're diverting those funds to the general fund.
I'm sure that you agree with me that having the energy companies pay for those, help us out as a situation would be a good thing.
I would agree, other than I know how the energy companies get their money, and that's through utility bills to customers. So at the end of the day, the customers are paying.
And we're going to
this.
talk about that later too.
I'm sure we're going to, but we're getting into a point where we've talked about many of the energy policies, and again, we'll talk about them later on as well too, but this is almost seeming like a tax of some type, an energy tax, on where we're now taking money that has been paid for by ratepayers and putting it into the general fund with no intention of paying that money back. So that's what becomes concerning about where some of these one-time transfers are being made. But to add on to the structural deficit that you call projected shortfall, $2.9 billion when we came in, $300 million the way that this is being looked at. So is that $300 million the number that we will come into Annapolis next year saying we have to solve a $300 million structural deficit?
That's correct.
That's correct. So much better off.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
Quickly pointed out by our president, it certainly depends on what happens over this coming year.
Lots
and
of things can happen.
We'll talking about that too.
Right, okay, but at least that's where we know we're in that, providing certain things do or don't happen, we're in that neighborhood. The blueprint is paid for through next year and through 27, correct? So now when we talk about structural deficits, can we extrapolate that out further?
Yeah, I'm not sure they were going to be making a calculation. I don't know if they actually have done that yet.
No, we're waiting to see how the blueprint gets resolved.
Yeah, so they're waiting to see how the blueprint bill gets resolved before they make that next calculation beyond 27.
Okay, that's fair, but we do know that structural deficit caused by the blueprint in the out years is once again in the $3 to $4 billion range, correct?
So I guess we don't know what the impact, the flow from what we've done this year. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to increase, yes.
Right.
I don't know, I don't want to speculate on the exact number.
Okay, so again, questions that many of us get when we're talking about the fiscal climate of Maryland is where we are in the out years as well too, and that was brought up. So even though next year looks more positive than it was this year, dramatically, we still have not solved for any of the blueprint structural deficits pending legislation that we might see today, right?
That's correct.
So we'd have to take a look at what that legislation does, and then we can see how that affects the out years as well too. Because again, I think one of the things none of us want to do is have to come back here every single year looking at a $3 to $4 billion structural deficit. And what you're saying is next year we won't have to. The out years, it's possible based on obviously blueprint funding and where we are with that. So, okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, a question. Yes, Recognized Senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a couple of questions
Senator, may proceed.
For the chairman, if I could. Over the course of the past weekend, I received a communication from leaders of the real property section of the Maryland State Bar Association. And they advised me that the budget contains a provision that will require Maryland citizens to pay 20 cents a page in order to view, not photocopy, just view public records relating to their real property. So I took a look to try to find it, and certainly the budget is not my area of expertise. I was unable to find any language to that effect in the full budget. I was not able to find language to that effect in the Health and Human Services Subcommittee report, but when I got to the analysis of the fiscal year 2026 Maryland executive budget in the state archives portion on page 5, I found language to the effect that the state archives is planning to implement a 20-cent per page schedule for downloading records before the end of fiscal 2025, which would mean before July 1st. The agency projects the fee schedule could bring in $1 million in revenue per month, and the governor's budget proposal includes a targeted reversion of $3 million in general funds for fiscal 2025 due to the expected availability of special funds from the new fee schedule. Can you confirm that that's accurate?
Yes, and they have the authority to set their fee schedule. It's a regulation. And so you and actually some others have brought it to my attention, and we're going to have a discussion about this in conference to sort of dig into it a little more and see what we can learn about it and see if there's a way to at least find out their rationale and whether or not it makes sense and how we should move forward.
Okay. But I'm correct, am I not, that the reversion that's talked about is in fact a part of the budget that we're expected to pass?
That is correct.
Let me just say that I was advised that the effect of this would be to add to the cost of a home closing somewhere between $25 and $200 per closing. And are you aware of any other place in Maryland where the citizens of the state are charged money for the privilege of merely viewing a public record?
Not personally.
Okay, so this would be a first, that we're actually going to charge citizens. Excuse me?
To me it is. Like I said, I don't know of any.
So I'll go back a little bit. When I was in college for 2 consecutive summers, I was employed by a Towson lawyer to do whatever he wanted me to do. And his main job was doing closings for a local savings and loan. So I was sent over to the land records in the Baltimore County Courthouse to search titles. Back in those days, there were huge, heavy volumes. I was smaller than I am now, and those were not easy to lift, but I managed to do it all summer. I was able to view all these public records and prepare takedowns of these properties in order to support the title insurance that would later be issued at the time of the closing. Later on, those big volumes were dispensed with, and they were all replaced with digital information, which is available online. At the time they did that, my strong recollection is the assurance that was given was that those documents would be just as available to members of the public as the land records had been, and without charge, even as the land records in the courthouses were available for viewing without charge. Up until this point, they have been viewed on mdlandrec.net. You can register and then go online and take a look at land records. So if we were to include this in the budget, it appears to me this would be the first time ever that Maryland citizens would be required to pay money in order to review public records.
If I could yield.
Yeah, the chair yields to the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I just wanted to acknowledge that we in Maryland are very unique in reference to the central database. So like when we talk about other states, a lot of times they'll have to go to the respective local county to get that information. I also just wanted to lift up that this is just the charge for the electronic data. So the electronic, and just wanted to make sure that we're clear in reference to that difference, that if they wanted to go to the circuit court, they still can retain that information. But from an electronic standpoint, some of the things that's happening in the state of Maryland at this time, Mr. President, is that there are large organizations that are doing a lot of downloads. And what that does is it puts a strain on the system itself and the capacity of the respective server, which is why they're charging 20 cents at this time for those documents. But also it's like these bots. So it's technology as it is advancing, putting strain on that respective service. And that's why the state archivists had came in with a plan to try to alleviate some of those pressures off of the system.
Mr. President, in response,
Senator, may proceed.
it seems to me there ought to be a way to charge bots and large corporations for downloading documents in bulk and not put a charge on individual citizens who want to retain the privilege of viewing state public documents, the same privilege they've always had up until this point. That was my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Yep.
All right. On the favorable committee report, any further discussion before we take up the amendments? Any objections to the report? Without objection, the favorable committee report as amended is adopted. I'm sure we have some amendments. Let's go.
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's start with
The
committee
committee
amendments. Yes, I recognize the chair has an amendment. The pages will collect and distribute the committee amendments.
You're going to love it.
All right, Senator May explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is I'll call it a technical amendment. I know how we all love technical amendments. This really is just to link up our actions, should they occur on the blueprint, to make the money consistent with the collaborative time changes that we plan to make.
All right, the Senator moves the amendment. Any discussion of the amendment? Any objection with the technical amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. All right, recognizing the senator from District 2 has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. And Pages, we're going to have lots, I think, of amendments here, so just you don't have to hand it to the senators. Sometimes they get a little distracted on focusing intently on the language in front, so feel free to drop it on the desk and do the best you can. Give us just a moment to get it loaded up here. Make sure we want to have all the right ones being debated. All right, 824. Senator May explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Look, we understand there are a lot of differences between our side of the aisle and the other side. And a lot of those differences are about priorities. You know, I've had many evenings and enjoyed the conversations with the chair about how we discuss about really what it comes down to is priorities and whose priority is more significant or prioritize those priorities, so to speak. The challenge we have is when the priority and the will of the majority is not the same as us here in the minority. Of course, there's going to be differences. We understand that. There's a lot of things that obviously we can agree on, and sometimes the priorities, though, are what we disagree on. I'd like to extend thanks and appreciate the work of the chairman, as well as other members of the Budget and Tax Committee. As the chair said earlier, this budget found even more reductions and more cuts than what was originally brought over to us from the House. You know, we're going to hear about, a lot of different things, especially when we get to the BERFA. But as the chair said earlier, the two are connected. We're obviously talking about the budget bill, but the budget is contingent on the passage of the BERFA. And a lot of what you're going to hear about is taxes and fees and things of that nature. And how are we raising revenues? I think it was said on Friday, and I apologize, Chair, if it wasn't you, but I know that I've heard it from the administration, that the tax income break that the average Marylander is going to see, about 94% of Marylanders are going to see a break in their income taxes. The reality, though, is taxes are going to be going up across the board, no matter where you live, no matter what your socioeconomic status is or what county you live in or what neighborhood you're in. You know, some may argue when we talk about the income tax bracket that they may, just affect the most affluent and they can afford it, but we've seen that happen before. We saw this happen many years ago, obviously before I was here, but some members may have been here when that happened, and it was so bad they had to repeal it. We cannot introduce the largest tax increase in the history of the state at the same time talk about fixing the economy. The two just simply won't go together. We had just last week the vice chair of a committee across the hall moved his entire operation out of state when some conversations were had about some of the different plans that were going. I'm sure we've all received calls and emails from constituents in regards to things that are happening in their communities. I had someone text me on Friday when I was here, a longtime business, that they're moving their business Again, this one was because of the capital gains increase. So while the budget is contingent on the passage of the BERFA, when we talk about 94% of Marylanders won't see an increase, what we're really talking about is about, I think it's about $53 to $60 on average that individual will save. But when you compound that with all the other things that are in the BERFA, that $55 to $60 on average, whatever you want to call it, evaporates pretty quickly. We talked about capital gains. That surely can affect people more than $60. We talked about itemized deductions. We'll talk about the IT tax, piggyback tax, sales tax on vending machines. You know, when I think about that, I think about manufacturers, hospitals, schools, basically anywhere you would find vending machines. Surely if someone gets 1 or 2 items out of a vending machine a month, that $60 is going to be gone. There is about $400 of transportation increases. And look, Mr. Chairman, you know that I'm the first to advocate for transportation. I've talked to you many times about Interstate 81, and I understand that these revenues are good for that project and many others. The challenge I think that some of us have, last year we had that same conversation, that we needed to raise revenues for transportation and identified 8 or 10 projects that those revenues would go to. And when the CTP, the draft CTP came out, they weren't there. The amendment before you removes the need to have the highest tax increase in the state of Maryland. As the chairman said on Friday, we're not Washington. Obviously, we have to have a balanced budget. The challenge that we have is our spending is continuing to outpace the revenues that we're bringing in. So what this amendment does, it makes all the additional revenue dollars that we need to help balance the budget. There are 3 major drivers of our budget deficit: personnel, Medicaid, education, also known as Kerwin the Blueprint. So what this amendment does a variety of things. First, it addresses personnel moves. It addresses them in about 3 different ways. It deletes new positions, abolishing about 25 new positions in the Office of the Public Defender. Again, this was a DLS recommendation. Abolishes 5 positions in the Governor's Office of Community Initiatives and the Office of Immigrant Affairs. Not that we're against that, but I think that, you know, all these different offices, I'm sure we can find 5 people who can help with these initiatives. It freezes the 1% COLA on employee increments. Over the last 6 years, state employees have received over 35% increases. The challenge here is we want people to remain in their jobs. No one is advocating for what we're seeing down the road. No one is advocating for people to lose their jobs. We are concerned about being able to keep up with the hiring pace. We are concerned about the potential for furloughs down the road. The second piece of personnel is about a hiring freeze, because again, we just don't feel that this is sustainable, the rate of hiring. When the administration came in, they talked about filling 10,000 positions. About 5,000 of them have been filled. That continuation is just not sustainable. Next part here is across-the-board agency cuts, a 5% cut across all agencies. When we talk about Medicaid, Medicaid obviously is one of the huge drivers to some of our deficiencies. Medicaid grew exponentially during COVID, and the redistribution simply is not addressing the growing need. So what this amendment does, it reduces the eligibility requirements for families, and this should be noted, this is families with children, from 322% of the poverty level to not more than 275%. Because currently a family of 4 can have an income of about $100,000. And we understand these individuals are not rich, but we also, I think, can all understand and agree this is not what Medicaid was designed for. We have families that have access to insurance, whether it's through private insurance through their employer, they have access to insurance through the Affordable Care Act, but they continue to stay on our Medicaid rolls because we allow them to do that. And again, I don't think anyone here would really think that someone making $100,000 should be the individual or the families that should be on Medicaid. Next, we're going to talk about rolling back the blueprint, or as the chair would say, pacing it. We need to pace the growth in the blueprint. We need to do that at the same time in an effort to hold our locals harmless. We all believe and we all want a world-class education. I don't think anyone in this room would dispute that, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. I, like many others, am a product of public education, went to elementary, middle school, high school, went to the University of Maryland, our flagship institution. My mother was a public school teacher for over 30 years in the state of Maryland. I and everyone in here, I think, supports public education. But we believe we can have a world-class education for all our students without the billions of dollars that are attached to it. We had this discussion previously with Thornton. We're having the same discussion during the Kerwin debate, and we've not seen the results either then or now. So, lastly, I would just end with kind of with the beginning. It's about priorities. It's about decision making. It's about reducing spending and making those hard decisions. We feel that these cuts will alleviate the need for the BERFA, or the actions within the BERFA, which are contingent in this budget, to have this balanced budget. And with that, Mr. President, I would move the amendment and ask for a roll call vote on the amendment.
Senator moves the amendment. Hear from the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to my good friend from the committee, who I have the utmost respect for. I am actually very grateful that you brought this amendment forward. I'm grateful because it's important to say where we stand, and I appreciate knowing the things that the minority party is willing to do. Let me just first say that we're going to have a discussion of blueprint later on, and that's a good chunk of this. And you will see what we have proposed in terms of pacing the blueprint and in the context of where we are in time. And so on that alone, I would ask the body to reject this amendment. We have a plan. We have a way forward, and to me, the cuts that are associated with this amendment are just too deep, too quick. The reduction of $44 million in compensatory education, $17 million in full-day pre-kindergarten, $14 million with students with disabilities, limited English proficiency, $13 million, at-risk early childhood grants, $5 million, concentration of poverty, $92 million. All of those aspects, and we're going to have to deal with these. We're going to have to talk about these as time goes on, especially if we continue to see what's happening in Washington, if we continue to see what's coming our way. But for now, I think this is too fast, and we have time to work on these issues. We have worked on these issues. We've been very thoughtful this year. We're going to make improvements in terms of, we have made improvements in terms of our structural deficit, and we'll continue to do so and deal with appropriately. As I also said in my comments last week, we can solve our problems. I appreciate the fact that you would like to also. We just have a different sense of the timing of how to do that. To me, it's too early to affect the CHIPS program, the program for children and youth. I appreciate, again, the thoughtfulness of all that you put together, but this is just not the right time, given the fact that we have presented a structurally balanced budget that is before you. Please reject the amendment.
All right. Any senators who have not yet spoken? Recognize the senator from Montgomery County.
Great. Would the maker of the amendment yield just for a quick question?
Senator may proceed.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this, and thank you for providing the amendment to the committee. So my understanding is this that provider reimbursements for the Maryland Children's Health Program is reduced by $10 million? Am I reading that right?
Let me find the page here, but if
It's
you're
on
reading it, I
page-
take your word for it.
Page 2 of the amendment.
Mhm.
Does the maker of the amendment realize that that affects 15,000 U.S. children in
Yes,
Maryland?
that have
Okay.
families and have parents who should be caring for their children. Yes.
Okay, so, but these are like low-income, 15,000 Maryland children, U.S.
These
children.
are children that have families with incomes around $100,000. These are not orphans. These are not children that are destitute, that have no other ability. These are about families that have children.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I heard like undocumented, I just want to make sure that the body knows that we're voting to reduce funding for U.S. U.S. citizens who are Marylanders. Thank you.
All right, on the amendment, are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, recognize the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and Chairman. I again appreciate that, and I appreciate the words that were said there. And I think we would just end that with, at least on my end of it, that is of understanding the timing. We just would like to continue to be included in that conversation as things move forward, because obviously these are decisions that affect everybody, regardless of your political ideologies or where you live. So when the timing is right, we stand ready, willing, and able to continue that conversation. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Senator. All right, recognizing the minority leader on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On the amendment, you know, very often over the last 80-plus days, we've been asked, what is our solution to the $3 billion budget deficit? You know, rather than just making statements on what we, in most cases, didn't like, but what we were willing to do. And I appreciate the ranking member of the B&T committee coming up with a solution. Now, it might not be liked by everyone. It might be hard on some groups of people, but it was and is a very thoughtful way of saying, here's how we could balance this budget without the need for increased taxes and fees. And that was what our objective was. You know, in speaking about that, we have said on this side, we are not willing to vote for tax increases. And we've said that only because we feel that Maryland families have to make these same decisions every day as well too. That costs are going up everywhere. Sometimes income is not increasing with where the costs are. Inflation's there. We're seeing all different types of things that are putting more and more pressure on Maryland families. And yet they don't have that ability to just call somebody up and say, give me more money. The government does. The government has the ability to do exactly what we're doing right here and find out all these different little places to increase taxes or increase fees to make up for our spending. And that is our concern that we had. We want to see a more effective and a more efficient government. We would like to see areas where we could cut out some of the expenses and some of the things that we don't need. And that's what this budget did as well too, this amendment. This amendment come through and looked at different things that we thought we might not lead, that in a time when fiscal conditions are tough, that you have to focus more on your needs than your wants. And right now we've had some difficulties. You know, Maryland has had a very slow growing economy. We have a over-reliance on federal government employment. We're seeing what happens as a result of that right now when federal government decides to do what many of us would like to see done here as well too, in some cases, and that's to reduce the size of government. And now that's having a detrimental effect on Marylanders. We have a massive education reform system that is based more on teacher salaries than it is on student achievement. And we're going to make some changes to that, but not in the sense of where the dollars are being spent. And I think we need to have that discussion over and over again until we focus on what's really important, and that's the education of Maryland students. We have a very uncompetitive corporate tax structure here in Maryland. Pennsylvania is looking at a 5% corporate tax rate. Virginia is just over 6%. Maryland's over 8%, 8.25%. We will have a very difficult time attracting businesses when the states around us have lower corporate taxes, have lower personal taxes, and then you go even further south to the North Carolina, South Carolina, where they're right-to-work states, and they are attracting major manufacturing and economic investments in those states. We are on the path to continue to suffer until we decide that we need to be a state that attracts businesses, that goes for economic growth, rather than a state that focuses on entitlements and the people that need those. And that's difficult to say, because we are a very caring group of people. We are a group that wants to make sure everybody can get taken care of, but there has to be limits to it. And we've talked about that with Medicaid. We've talked about that with just the cuts that we're trying to make. There has to be limits to that. And we have to take a better look at what other states are doing, why they're able to care for their individuals in their states, but they're not into this spiral that Maryland is in right now. And so with respect to the amendment itself, again, we wanted to make sure we could find something. We wanted to explain how we think we could do this. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Chairman, on your thoughts about it. I do appreciate that we get to be part of the process. In a lot of cases, we are. Sometimes our ideas aren't taken. But to those that are listening, to those that are out there, again, in support of this amendment, we wanted to make sure that we had a sound amendment that could be passed in Maryland today without taxes and fees. With that, I support the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the minority whip on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking in support of the amendment, and the line of questioning was interesting, picking one of the cuts out. A lot of this is not easy choices, and we don't stand here to pretend that it's easy. But we have to recognize two immutable facts about where we stand as a state right now. The first of all is we don't have the money. We don't have enough money coming in to meet the mandates that our state has passed in the past and ongoing expenses. We don't have the money. So by its very reality, we should do what every family, job creators, people have to do when they're faced with a shortfall, is figure out, first of all, what am I doing that I don't have to be doing, or that is just is a want, or is a need in the sense that it meets something that I need, but I can't do it to that level. And the second immutable fact that we have is no other state in our region has this problem. Virginia has a surplus. West Virginia has a surplus. They're cutting taxes. Pennsylvania, balanced, enough of a surplus to consider cutting business taxes. Delaware, in good financial condition. Don't get started on the Carolinas. So what's going on? Why is Maryland uniquely troubled in this way? And why then does that mean our taxpayers have to again be the piggy bank? And the tax package that's in the BERFA, there's some of it aimed at, the so-called high earners. Of course, they're the ones who, ironically, a lot of them are the ones who invest in the economy. But there's a lot of those taxes and fees that are going to really hammer people middle income and lower. And I know that's not the intention. I know that, the chairman it takes all of this very seriously. And, the committee has looked at a lot of things. But the fact of the matter is, this is the reality. We don't have the money. And we can't just keep going back to the taxpayer. We need to retrench and resize. And the great thing about Maryland state government is, in some of the cuts in here are talking about getting rid of more vacant positions. They're talking about restricting the growth of the state government as a way to save money. But there's also things where, we may not be able to provide taxpayer subsidized health insurance for families making over $100,000 a year. we may have to cut back on some of those things. But you know, if we raise their fees and taxes to a point, we're going to get to a point where it's going to be tougher on them anyway. So we have to make choices, and that's what this budget does. This budget amendment does. I would just say that the solution here to Maryland's long-term fiscal crisis, and it is a fiscal crisis, and it's largely of our own making. We've become way too dependent on the federal government. We all know that. Governor Moore started this session talking about the desperate need to grow our private sector economy, which we totally agree with. But the very things we're doing is counter to that, whether it's raising taxes on people who help create jobs, or you know, some of the other things that we're talking about in this BERFA, in this budget, are going to really harm the ability of small businesses to create jobs or for people to stay in the state. And so I can't tell you how many people have just told me taxes are going to be the final straw that drive them away from our state, and then we lose all their revenue from a state government perspective. So a robust economy would solve so much of our problem here. But you can't get there if you keep adding on regulations and taxes on the people who can provide that robust economy. So, Mr. President, I support the amendment, and I'll just close with saying that we've talked about the fact that the state may go into a recession. I think state government needs to recess more. We need to cut back what we've done. We need to cut back on the size and the scope. That's a solution. And quite frankly, you could raise some taxes now, but we're going to continue to need to do it. So, you know, this is where it could start here with a bipartisan compromise on this very good amendment. So I support the amendment, Mr. President, and ask the body to vote green.
All right, on the amendment, recognize the senator from the 37th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick and I'll bring a fresh perspective. There's an expectation in our district that something new is coming out of this budget, that there's going to be some change. There's a desire for government to change. Moving forward, doing what we're already doing and expecting a different result, I've said it before, it ain't going to happen. So we're talking about this today. The question isn't whether this is going to work. It's just how much longer will it be before we're in this situation again. There's reasons we're in this problem. The amendment doesn't fix those reasons, but what this amendment does is it changes fundamentally some of the pressures on our budget that will keep us from being back in this place anytime sooner. There's an expectation from home, from our constituents, that something has got to change within the way the state's operating. I had a rough weekend. I did 2 parades, a couple different events. I had some really sad stories. Talked about cuts, people being affected. We have more amendments coming, and you'll hear about them. But people are feeling pain in all of our districts. Maybe not yours. I see people smiling, not paying attention, but you need to, because this is happening in your backyard right now. And unless we make real change to the state's fiscal situation, it's going to continue, and it's going to come back, and it's going to get worse. This amendment is a step in the right direction. It doesn't fix all the problems, but avoids letting things snowball. I urge a favorable vote for the amendment. Thank you.
All right, on the amendment, recognize the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, first off, I will start by again saying thank you for coming forth with the things that you were willing to forego for our constituents. I thought some of the characterization of the blueprint in particular, I found fairly upsetting. I found it upsetting because this isn't simply about teacher salaries. People worked for multiple years in committees trying to figure out the best way to elevate the lives of a lot of children. The idea of need and want was something that came up a lot. Well, if you're in a school or a community or a part of this state where things don't look very good to you, where you would like to eventually make it into the mainstream of economy, into the new world economy that we all are going to be living in. But you don't see any way to get there. You need a world-class education. And we need you to have that world-class education because more than anything else, we need folks in those jobs, doing those jobs, succeeding in those jobs. What I hear is a discussion about long-term and short-term. The blueprint is a commitment to the long term. If we give up this year and we don't have to, that's a year and a cohort that will never know the benefits of that. We're trying to lift every child in every community up. And that means you have to make sacrifices. We all have to make sacrifices. And I think this is one of those moments that we have to start thinking about. And I agree that we have to have that conversation. But doing what we have been doing for years is not going to lead to success. We may have to modify the blueprint, and I think we are going to modify the blueprint, not just today, but in the future, because it needs to be done. But we're doing it because there are people who are falling behind every single day, every single year, and if we don't do something and commit to doing something and try to do the very tough things, we'll never get there. Never get there. Need and want is defined by your position in life. And it may be a want for some of the folks in this room, but it's a need for some of the people outside this room who don't see how they're going to make it up. This is important stuff, and I'm glad you're taking it seriously. Everyone is taking it seriously. This is an important role for us. This is too fast. This isn't what we need right now. We need to keep sort of the hope of this thing moving forward, because we've made a balanced budget. This is a moment we need to reject this amendment.
All right, on the amendment, green is for the amendment, red is against. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote, recognize the senator from the 21st District?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to explain my vote. The chair talked about the contrast in values, and the maker and others on the other side of the aisle talked about the contrast in priorities. It's very clear. This is the down payment on the Musk-Trump administration agenda. What does it do? Goes after state employees like they go after federal employees. Cuts health care. And the maker of the amendment says what's good about it is it cuts middle-class health care and not just poor people's health care. And it cuts education. And the Musk-Trump administration is abolishing the Department of Education. It's clearly going to get worse in Washington. But I, for one, am going to stand against the Musk-Trump administration and what they do nationally, and I'm going to stand against the same policies here in Maryland. We need to fight back, not roll over. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, recognize the senator from District 2 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explain my vote, and I appreciate and respect the vice chair of our committee extremely. But you couldn't be farther from the truth. This has nothing to do with the Musk-Trump administration. You know, when I came to Annapolis, I was told, and I think I have learned, as many of you have, is we're not Washington, D.C. This is Annapolis. And the things we're trying to do are outside of that. So yes, do we need to address personnel? Absolutely, but we're trying to do it in a way that is not like, as you say, the Musk-Trump administration. We're trying to adjust costs. that are unlike that. We're trying to have conversations and debate. So I support this amendment, obviously, because I presented it, but it has nothing to do with the most Trump administration.
Thank you, Senator. Sorry, we had a slight technical glitch, so we have to reopen the board. So we had to strike the vote. It was closed too early. We were still explaining the vote. So if we could please reopen the board, if the clerk could call the roll. This again is on the same amendment. We had to strike it for a technical. Is it open?
Yes, Mr. President.
It's open.
Yeah.
All right. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Recognize the senator from the 45th district has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say I have the utmost respect for the maker of the amendment, but I do think, Mr. President, that it's important to add the voice that's not here, but mostly impacted by this specific amendment, which is our next generation of young scholars. And I think when you talk about healthcare and the continuity of healthcare, we already know that that impacts education. It impacts outcomes that we heard from that standpoint. When we think about the blueprint and we think about a number of things that were put in here, concentration of poverty and a number of young scholars that came and said that the work that is happening, the outcome is happening at this moment, and how we need to double down on those efforts, not pull back on those respective efforts. I think this is important, and I just want to say I bet all day on our young scholars. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? Yes, recognize the senator from the 37th district has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Not to explain my vote, I just had a parliamentary question.
We are in the midst, the vote is open. The vote is open.
I just didn't want, I'm interested to know what the rules are when your motives are impugned. You know, asserting that something caused an amendment to be offered, where does that play in the rules? Like, you know, you can, Mr. President, if I were to accuse someone of doing something for another reason, that's impugning my motives, and I think that was sort of the statement that we just heard, and I was wondering if there was a rule about that.
Senator, point of personal privilege, just for the purpose of debate, the chair did not hear that. It was intended as a comparison, but understand the senator's perspective, and we'll mind it moving forward.
Because that's a slippery slope.
Understood. Okay. The board is open. The board is open. Are there any further senators who wish to explain their vote? Recognize the senator from District 4 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to remain quiet on this until someone decided, until we have gaslighting about this has anything to do with the Trump administration or the federal level. Be very clear. We had a $3.3 billion deficit before we ever stepped foot in this chamber this year. Had nothing to do with what's happening on the national level. It has everything to do with the decisions that this body has made and pushed. And we need to take these this number and this deficit very seriously. This isn't about who the president is. It's about the members in this body doing their job to curtail all the bad policies, all the spending that's happened in the past, and now lock it in for the future of Maryland. We're on the brink. It's just, things are really bad, folks. We hear about it every day, and I know you all do too.
All right. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? Recognize the minority leader has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Looking at the board, I'm very appreciative of the broad support we're getting for this amendment, and I do appreciate the chairman's comments acknowledging that we truly are trying to do something different, and obviously that's reflected from the bipartisan support we're getting on this amendment. It is important as we're going forward. You know, we'll see a number of amendments today, number of ideas that were coming up, and you know, hopefully we'll continue to get closer and closer to 24. Thank you.
All right. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 28 votes in the negative, this senator's amendment fails. Recognize senator from District 7 has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is kind of a piece of the last amendment we had. Last was more of an omnibus, kind of looked at various sections of the budget, what things we could do. This just kind of pulls one out. This is a hiring freeze. This is something I have spoke about publicly. This was a question I asked the governor directly when he was before our committee at Budget and Tax. When he was presenting the bill, I asked him, ironically, it's opening day, I threw a fastball right down the middle and said to him, Governor, what about a hiring freeze? Have you thought about it? What about implementing it? He said no. He doesn't want to. He thinks that, you know, in his mind, we got to keep the state the opportunity for secretaries to hire, and he gave some great, you know, I'm trying to think of the word to use, but he does some great speaking on why we shouldn't have a hiring freeze. To me, I look at it, it's really simple. You know what? When you're digging a hole, you got to stop. And that's where we are with this, is we are in bad budget times. We know that. It's what they do in business. Any other world out there, situation like this, you stop hiring if you don't need to. What this bill does do, or this amendment, you can see it does allow for certain positions, such as corrections, where you have direct contact with people that, hey, if you need to have those positions hired, they can still do that. But this is something that we need to do. It is, it's been done before. The big thing for me is that, you know, secretaries, once this budget's passed, they're going to have a budget to hire to. They're going to have all these vacancies that they can hire. These jobs are getting done. I know sometimes it's tough working with less, but guess what? That's the world we live in. And right now, it's tough times. You got to get it done. I think we have, 900 new pins that came in this year in this budget, with several thousand that are still open. So these are not live bodies that are being laid off. This is just a hiring freeze. We're not hiring anybody new. That's all we're asking for with this amendment. And by doing this, it also prevents, hopefully, a furlough later this year. It's been said we don't know what's happening on the federal level. We don't know what's coming down the road. By doing this, it hopefully prevents from our current state employees from having to take the furlough that they may be seeing come September, October, that, hey, you know what, we're in even worse times than we thought. We're going to have to ask you to take a day or two off without pay. So with that, Mr. President, I move favorable on this amendment.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Hear from the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the member from Budget and Tax. A couple things. Most importantly, we've taken some significant, incredibly significant actions already in this regard. When we came in here this year, there was a 10% vacancy rate in state government. The governor wanted to keep it at 7.5%. We made an adjustment to 9.5. So what effectively that means is there is 0.5 of the vacancy out there left to fill. We have effectively, not exactly, but effectively really limited hiring almost down to nothing. That's one. Two, I actually think eventually this may come about. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see how bad things get. If things change dramatically over the next several months, it's certainly something that has to be discussed. We have to be thoughtful about it. But for the moment, we have taken a fairly extraordinary and deep stance to limit hiring in the state. So with that, I would ask you to resist this amendment.
All right. On the amendment, recognized senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to thank the chair for allowing us to, have a thoughtful debate on different proposals. And I'm rising in support of this particular amendment when the maker of the amendment first started to talk about the hiring freeze, those of us who have served in the executive branch are, kind of understand how that could cut across state government. And my first question was, what about the public safety positions? And the maker of the amendment made very clear that this is not going to affect correctional officers and other of these key public safety essential personnel. I think that's really important that that was made clear. And I think what this amendment does is just saying that everybody has to share in what we're doing here. If we're asking our constituents to make sacrifices, we're looking at, again, this is a hiring freeze that just puts a freeze in place. So I urge a yay for the amendment.
All right. On the amendment, are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, recognize the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to say one thing on this. It kind of came up talking about the presidential team we have. But I look at this as, experience we've gone through before in this state. I've been here for a while. It's hard to believe, even with my youthful appearance and age-defying looks. I was actually here during the O'Malley Brown administration. And I have the executive order here that he signed, Governor O'Malley signed on January 1st, 2008, that gave this executive order for a hiring freeze. That dealt with this same issue. And there was 15 whereas clauses. And number 4 of the whereas clauses said, the O'Malley Brown administration has reduced spending by growth by more than $2.2 billion since taking office and has eliminated 1,500 state positions while avoiding significant layoffs. But they still had to implement a hiring freeze. That shows what they were facing at that time when we were down here. I was in the other chamber at the time dealing with it. But it shows what we could be facing and why they did it then. And that's, we're just looking at previous administrations on the state, not on the federal level, of what we've done. And I'm just looking at their wisdom in prior years and said, hey, you know what? They've done it. Maybe we should adopt it at this time. So with that, Mr. President, again, I move favorable on this amendment.
All right. If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. Madam Secretary, if we could please ring the bells.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 26 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognize the minority whip has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've talked a little bit. We've heard from the chairman of the committee and others about the fact that we may have to make more drastic cuts in the future based on, or make cuts in general in the future based on what may happen in the future. And I think the goals of the amendment that was just offered and the goal of this amendment are to say, why don't we go ahead and start taking a step in the right direction now? You can always reverse cuts. It's always better to do things with plenty of time in advance than it is to have to do things in an emergency. So what this amendment will do, very simply, is with the discretion of the secretaries of each department, have an across-the-board 5% cut for state agencies, except for public safety and essential personnel. So that includes Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, state police, state hospitals. Those are considered essential personnel, but that would be protected. But that this would allow the agencies to make would tell them to cut 5%. There's history behind this. You know, when Governor Ehrlich took office, there was a very large deficit at the time, ironically, in large part because of an unfunded mandate for education funding. That was a big factor. Interesting how history repeats itself. But he had his agencies go and make some pretty tough cuts, but go and make 5% type cuts. The previous governor, Governor Hogan, they didn't do 5%, but they went through in order to deal with some budget deficits and also made cuts in agencies. And I believe the O'Malley administration had to as well because of the Great Recession. This is not just top down saying we're telling you exactly who to cut or what to cut. This is saying with the discretion of the agencies, with public safety and essential exempted, let's do a 5% cut of spending. So it was interesting. We actually didn't think, as we were looking at doing this amendment, that it was as much as it was. You know, according to what we've gotten from the amendment drafters, I mean, this could allow for cuts of several $100 million. And I think Marylanders, the body saw fit narrowly to reject our amendment to solve this entire budget deficit through cuts and avoid tax increases. But this would really send, I think, a strong message to Marylanders that we're taking seriously the situation we've gotten ourselves into, and we're going to start by saying, you know what, government does need to recess a little bit. But once again, not just saying, oh, go fire a bunch of people or hey, you have to cut X program. This is saying you got the discretion to find 5%. 5% is not an unreasonable amount of money. Now, I know for some people who live their lives in government, maybe that might sound a little scary, but 5% is you know, we only require 5% rainy day, so 5% is possible, and it would again allow our secretaries to work within their agencies. I think it's a great amendment, Mr. President. I would ask for a roll call, and I think this could be a good step forward. And if we got this through, this might allow us to get rid of maybe at least one or two of the tax increases that are in the BERFA if we pass this amendment. So thank you, Mr. President. I move the amendment.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Senator moves the amendment. Hearing from the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask everyone resist this amendment. You know, probably a little less than a year ago, as the budgets was being developed, the secretary sent out word, because I heard about it over and over again, to all the agencies and said, we need you to find 5% in your agency. That was the beginning of the process. That was the beginning of a process that was, I believe, more thoughtful than simply saying today we're going to cut 5%. I think the thing that concerns me about this amendment is the likelihood of things happening when we don't have a chance as a legislature with our responsibility over the expenditure of funds and our responsibility over policy in this state, if somehow we're going to give up that authority to dig deep into what it is that these cuts may be. People could get hurt, things could go wrong. They could go wrong no matter what, quite frankly, but at least we have our eyes on it. And we should have our eyes on anything, and this is a sizable amount. 5% may not sound so big, but it's a significant amount of money. And I know simply by how much time and effort our committee has spent to get to the cuts that we have. So I would ask you to reject this. It's a little too, it sounds good, but in practice, ensuring that we get the good government that we want, somehow I don't think it necessarily ensures that.
All right, on the amendment, are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? Recognize the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not surprised by the refusal to accept it as a friendly amendment. I just want to speak clearly about that 5% figure. we're going to be asking Maryland families and small businesses to come up with 5% or more in a lot of cases. We've been asking them to come up with more and more percentages for a long time in this state. So to me, once again, state government needs to show leadership here, and we should hold it accountable. The chair mentioned that at the start of the process, the agency heads were asked to come up with 5%. That's good to hear. I would love to know whether if every agency is now 5% less in spending than they were last year. Somehow I don't think that's the case. I'm sure there have been cuts, and I know there have been some trimming. But we're talking about really getting at the bottom line here. And we cannot just continue to be a state that views state government as a large, as just something that just goes on and never really gets fundamentally retrenched. And again, 5% in spending is not really talking about laying a bunch of people off. This is finding cuts in the way we do things. It's holding off some spending. Not all of it, of course, would be perfect, of course, and that's why we have oversight. We have audit committee. We have the budget committee. And I just think it would be a great step forward, Mr. President. It would show the people of Maryland we're serious to do a 5% mandated cut. It would help us, as I said, we could probably get rid of a couple of these other taxes if we could do that. So I would move the amendment, and I think I did ask for a roll call, but ask for roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 37th, followed by the senator from the 32nd. Oh, excuse me, senator from the 32nd, followed by the senator from the 37th.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I don't know about all of these departments, but I do know about the state hospitals, and the last thing we need to be doing is cutting anyone from the state hospitals. We've had, my committee's had a number of briefings and meetings about the issues at Perkins, for instance, and we cannot afford to cut a single person from that state hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senator from the 37th on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment. I also rise in support of some of the arguments. The amendment that our constituents have had to tighten their belt buckles, and in return, you know, we're talking about the budget. You know, in state government, there's no incentive for agencies to save money. They need to spend money to maintain their budget. There's oversight, there's legislative audits, so you know money isn't wasted fraudulently, but there's no incentive to save money. I wasn't aware that there was a message sent out to reduce or to try to cut by 5%. That's good to know, and I agree with of the arguments against the amendment in that, you know, why are we doing this in the budget? This is a job for the executive. But the reason the amendment's being offered is the executive hasn't done its job. It hasn't made those reductions. And you don't make those reductions by sending out in an email and an advisory. I had the great honor and pleasure of working for Governor Ehrlich. I sat with Chip DePaula at DBM for months. And the way you save money and the way you reduce spending is you go through budget line by line, line by line. That isn't done by sending out an email suggesting this is a good policy. Management is a tough job. And this isn't an indictment on anyone, but the need to reduce spending, agency spending, is not being done right now. It's being left on our doorstep. So what this amendment does is it takes it to another level and says, okay, it's time to stop talking about reducing spending. You actually have to do it. And that will force the executive to look at these budgets, to go line by line. Now, specific things like state hospital, they're enrolled in a bigger budget. There's ways to avoid negative impacts. It was a very hard task that the Ehrlich administration went through. I can't go through everything. I'm sure Governor Ehrlich would love to come back and educate all of us about all the things, all the great things that were done during his administration. But the process has got to move forward one way or another. I mentioned this earlier. Just putting more money in the state agencies isn't going to cause our spending problem. This can be handled in a way that doesn't cause harm. During the Ehrlich administration, the cuts that they put in I checked, it was either a 3% or 4% across the board reduction, almost identical to this amendment, and I don't believe a single employee was discharged or terminated. This was just spending, controlling spending. Again, there's no incentive for the agencies not to spend money. In fact, the argument would be that the agencies need to spend their budget so they can come back and ask for money again in the following fiscal year. This is a common sense amendment, and I urge its favorable for your favorable vote.
All right, on the amendment, Senator from District 6.
I'm going to be real quick, Mr. President. This is a good debate, and I thank you and I thank our good chairman for this opportunity. I worked for a company for 25 years. In the 25 years that I worked for this company, before I left there was a new company that came in that bought them out. And when they did that, at the time I had 20 years of seniority. And that new company came in and they knew they had to cut back. So when they came in and they cut back, they didn't just cut back from the bottom, they cut back from the top as well. And at the time when I had 20 years there, they cut back so much I became the junior employee in 20 years. And Mr. President, I got to say, they had to do that for a reason, to maintain and to make sure that they can run in a manageable way, that they could be in a good place. With this amendment, I believe we can be in a good place. Maybe there needs to be a couple tweaks here and there with it. I understand the hospitals are a priority. Our healthcare is a priority. But I think maybe in some time, we can look at this and say, hey, maybe we can look at this and change it in a way that we can cut back and we can do things differently. So I will support this amendment, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, recognize the Senator from the 26th District on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm rising against this, to speak against the amendment. I heard us talking about mentioning by name two previous governors, and we just mentioned this governor not doing his job, and I take offense to that. This governor, I think, number one, he's worked with, from day one, with what he inherited. And people don't want to talk about that, but the shortfall that he inherited. To say that he hasn't done his job says that he doesn't care about Maryland or Marylanders, and that's absolutely wrong. I think he's done a good job. He did not just sit down and just happen to say, well, move this, move that, cut this, and cut that. I followed the budget. I followed you, Mr. Chairman, and I've never gotten up to speak on the budget before, but I am concerned of what's ahead for us. I'm concerned that we all have to make tough decisions, and I'm hoping that we don't simply blame one person for what's going on and for what they inherited. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from College Park on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I speak against the amendment. The senator from the shore took us down memory lane to previous administrations cutting budgets. And during that administration, Governor Ehrlich's administration, I was on the Board of Regents in the University of Maryland. And the very intentional, very structured budget cut that that administration proposed led to a 40% increase in college tuition in Maryland in 1 year. That kind of approach to budget cutting, I think, has no place in the state of Maryland, and that's why I oppose this amendment.
All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? Yes, recognize the minority whip on the amendment.
Mr. President, I just want to clarify the amendment specifically states state hospital would not be included. They're exempted as essential employee. So just making that clear for the purpose of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 26 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognize the senator from District 1 has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've been dealing with this for about 15 years, dating back as a county commissioner. And this happens to do with the Cresaptown project in Allegheny County, with the TTF special funds, with CTP being put on hold. There was some needed funds to complete our current phase of $4.5 million. Also, there's a right-of-way and utility funding needed, approximately 1.6 and another 0.5 respectively. What this amendment does, colleagues, is that the $60 million has been designated for the study of the red line. I do believe we put in about $40 million last year. While this is a good project, I do believe that it may be on hold. So what this amendment does, colleagues, is take of that $60 million, it transfers $6.6 million of the special funds from the TTF from the red line to the Cresaptown project.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very sympathetic to the senator's plight. Working on a project for 15 years and trying to get it developed can be a huge challenge. And I'm sure his constituents appreciate his advocacy. However, I'm going to ask that we resist this amendment simply because of the fact that if we were to adjust the CTP for every concern that we have across the state that we don't feel that is moving as quickly as possible, we'd find ourselves in a very messy and complicated place. We have to allow at least some faith and trust in the department to move projects along in the best possible way given all the needs of the state. And so for that reason, I'd ask that we reject this amendment.
All right, are there any senators who wish to speak who have not yet spoken? If not, recognize the senator or the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I appreciate those comments, Mr. President, however, I think that one of the things that I have demonstrated over the 13 years being in the Maryland General Assembly is a thing called local courtesy. And I have supported for a variety of communities that may have not been good for my community, but if the leaders from that community said so, I voted for that. I believe a couple weeks ago, I did something on a speed camera as well. So I just ask that you favor this. I don't necessarily need a roll call, but a voice vote, I believe, Mr. President, would be appropriate.
All right, on the amendment, all in favor of the amendment, say aye. Opposed, nay. Noes have it. Additional amendments? Additional amendments?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have another amendment, please.
All right, pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. My mother always told me, try, try, try again. So this amendment, and I do appreciate the chairs, and a matter of fact, I appreciate the vote that you felt that the other amendment did not go forward. This amendment is contingent on the cancellation of any federal match that is for the red line that is estimated in September. Regardless if you believe or don't believe in the administration, we do believe that there is going to be some cuts. And so if the federal match for the TTF for the red line is eliminated in September, the state match, which is approximately $24 million, would be reallocated, not all $24 million, but $12 million of it would be reallocated to the Cresaptown project. So therefore, simply this is what we're trying to do. I understand the importance of this body, But in September, if by chance the federal match is canceled, the project in Allegheny County would be able to go forward, and there would not be a need to come in January to actually get this project rolling again. I ask that you vote yay on this particular amendment and give us the grace in Allegheny County to maybe put this to bed a 15-minute. It will not take away from anybody else. This is only the state funds that were allocated to the federal match. So therefore, those would go back into the general. All I'm asking for is to get access to that just in case, and let's hope it doesn't, but the federal funds for the red line aren't eliminated. But if they do, the Crescent Town project in Allegheny County will be awarded. Thank you, Mr. President, and I move the amendment.
Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I appreciate the plight of the senator, and I'm going to ask that we resist this. You know, and I appreciate the thought of providing courtesy to others. I think, though, back to my original point, we'd all have to be providing courtesy in each district to each member because we all have had some sort of transportation issue that we no longer, that we have been fighting for many years. So with that, I would ask that we resist.
All right, on the amendment, are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, recognize the senator from the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As an appropriator for 8 years in the House, one of the other ways that direction could be given for the Maryland General Assembly, and in this case, the Transportation Department, is through budget language. And I tend to believe that this is really on the flare of budget language, that if one thing doesn't happen, another thing automatically happens. I understand the concerns, but one of the things that we've been challenged in the minority is to come up with some creative ways to make sure that funding gets done. Creative ways. And I tend to believe that while I've been here, I'm not sure this has ever been done before, so I just indulge your sensitive side to vote in yay for this. And unlike the voice vote, I'd like to get a actual reading because the last roll call was a little confusing of yays and nays. So maybe we could actually get an actual roll call with all due respect, Mr. President.
All right, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 29 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 350 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Senators, before we get to the BERFA, I want to recognize the Chair of Executive Nominations. Just a quick update.
Yeah, in light of where we are in the schedule right now, we are working to wean down the executive nominations list for its hearing this afternoon. And so committee staff are making some calls out to certain nominees to see if they are open to being waived and do not need to appear before executive nominations. If there's anyone that you would prefer and feels very strongly to have appear, please reach out to me now. And we can make adjustments. So just be aware of that. For everyone else, if you have nominees that are supposed to appear, you may have to kind of just stay tuned because some people may not actually be appearing. So just kind of bear with us as we work through this.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator. All right, let's go to the next order of business. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 352, the Speaker, Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act of 2025. Question is on the adoption of the 31 committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right. Question is on the 31 committee amendments and the favorable report. We will recognize the chair on the 31 amendments.
Okay, similarly, as we did in with the last bill, I will introduce amendments to House Bill 352 in groups. After describing the amendments, I will move for each group to be adopted. I ask members to hold any additional amendments until the committee amendments have been considered. I would like to note that the amendments to the BERFA implement the committee's action on the budget. With your permission, Mr. President, I will now turn to the amendments.
Senator may proceed.
Just as a point, I will have a committee amendment at the end.
Great.
Just want to make sure I have everything. All right, amendment number 1 makes technical changes to the purpose and function paragraphs. Amendments 2 through 4 strike provisions that would have increased various fees in the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Amendment 5 and 6 strike provisions that would repeal the 2 funds that the required distributions to those funds. Amendment 7 and 8 modify the reduction in mandates for 2 programs. Amendment 9 reduces the fee increases for lead-related registration and certificates for rental dwelling units. Amendment 10 reduces certain license and permit related to surface mining. Move adoption of amendments 1 through 10.
All right. The chair moves for the adoption of committee amendments 1 through 10. Recognize the senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just got a question for amendment number 2, please.
And is that to separate or a question on the amendment? Either
Just a
way is
question
fine.
on the amendment.
Question on the amendment. Senator may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for these nurses' fees, does every nursery have to pay these fees, or the fees only refer to the nurse fees that have the infested plant pests?
So, Senator, we struck these fees.
Oh, these fees aren't out?
They're out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. We're good.
All right. Recognize the senator from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question on amendment number 9.
Amendment 9. Senator may proceed.
So amendment number 9, from my understanding, has to do with the tire fee that's already an existing statute, I believe, for recycle tires. Is that correct? Or that's part of the amendment. Within amendment number 9, there's language that about the.
No, this is the property amendment. This is the property amendment related to lead.
But I believe this is also in amendment number 9. Is that not correct?
We're checking, but I don't believe so. No, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification. I think what is going on, just to be clear, as many of us are following along with this document, the specific amendments are what's italicized, correct? Yes. Right, so specific, but at the same time, everything that is written in here has been amended from the original bill, most likely by the House. Italicized is ours, right.
Sorry,
Correct.
Senator, if the senator could just make sure to.
Sorry about that.
Right, but everything that is in here has been amended from the House version. So you're going to tell us specifically about the italicized amendments. Once all of those are adopted, then we would come back and we could ask questions on anything that is in the normal font. Is that correct? Because those will be the House amendments that will have been adopted once the committee report is adopted.
The House, excuse me, let me make sure the question's asked correctly. So the House bill is before us, the committee has amended the House bill. And so the amendments are the Senate's amendments to the House's bill. Correct. That would be amendments to the governor's BERFA.
Correct.
And so in adopting the Senate's amendments, afterwards we will have subsequent floor amendments. Is that what the senator is asking?
Well, for instance, the question my colleague just brought up is about the tire cleanup fee that increases to $2. So because that's not that's not italicized and that's not on number 9, that is an amendment to the original BERFA, but it was put in by the
So,
House.
That's it. We agreed with the House.
You agreed with the House.
That's correct.
So the question then is the appropriate time to discuss that amendment, not necessarily number 9, because you brought up number 9, or is it once the committee report's adopted?
If I may, Mr.
Yeah, please.
I believe that you have amendments on these matters, and if, is that
Correct, but we want to discuss some of these issues that are in the BERFA that might not be the Senate amendments. So what you're telling me is, right now we're talking about amendments 1 through 10.
Yes.
But there are a lot of amendments from the governor's BERFA that the House put in that we would then be able to discuss once the Senate amendments are adopted.
Yeah, so, the appropriate, so once we have the Senate amendments adopted, we will have the favorable report, which will have both the Senate amendments and the House amendments that were not that were not adjusted by.
Correct.
And so that would be all of it together.
That would be
Subsequent to
everything.
that, we would have the specific issues.
So right now, we're only going over the
The Senate.
italicized amendments. Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank
Took
you
us a
very
while to
much.
get there, but there we are.
Yes, thank you.
All right. All right, so the question is on the committee amendments 1 through 10. 1 through 10. Any further discussion of the amendments? Any objection to the amendments? Without objection, committee amendments 1 through 10 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Okay, these are 11 through 17. Amendment 11 modifies the cap that the Developmental Disabilities Administration is authorized to establish for low-intensity support services. Amendment 12 specifies actions that must be taken if there are certain federal changes in funding related to Medicaid and the Maryland Children's Health Program. Amendment 13 strikes a provision that would have limited the restoration of certain public benefits lost due to EBT theft. Amendment 14 modifies a provision that would have reduced the mandate for warrant apprehension grants to apply to fiscal 2025 only. Amendment 15 adds a provision to make the judicial branch subject to review by the Office of Program Evaluation and Government Accountability. Amendment 16 strikes a provision that would have reduced the required distribution of lottery revenues to the Major Sports and Entertainment Event Fund. And Amendment 17 adds a provision to expand the authorized uses of certain funds in fiscal 2026 only. Move amendments 11 through 17.
All right. Senators move for the adoption of committee amendments 11 through 17. Any discussion of the amendments or desire to separate? Any objections? Without objection, the amendments are adopted. Senator may proceed.
Okay, we are now on 18 through 25. Number 18 modifies a provision to require the Motor Vehicle Administration to recover at least 100% of their projected costs from certain fees and require them to reduce fees if revenue would exceed costs by 105 instead of authorizing recoveries between 95 and 115%. 19 adds a provision to eliminate the rental vehicle registration discount fee. 20 establishes a fee for the purchase of new tires. Amendments 21 and 22 modify provisions that increase the vehicle excise tax to phase in the increase over 2 years and provide a lower increase and strike provisions that would have repealed the excise tax exemption for rental vehicles and would have established an excise tax for those vehicles. Amendment 23 strikes a provision that would have repealed the exemption from the income tax for captive insurance companies. Amendment 24 adds a provision to alter a trigger that reduces a certain tax credit in the event of a revenue write-down of a certain level. Amendment 25 strikes a provision that would require combined reporting under the corporate income tax. Move to the adoption of 18 through 25.
All right, the chair has moved for the adoption of amendments 18 through 25. Any discussion or desires to separate? Yes, recognize the senator from District 2.
think I got it this time. Question on amendment number 20.
On 20. Senator may proceed.
So this also is in relation to tires, but this is in relation to the, I believe you said a new fee on tires. I think, I couldn't hear you, I apologize. Would you mind explaining
Amendment
that?
20 establishes a new fee for the purchase of new tires.
Okay. And how much is that per tire?
It's $5, but I'm going to ask the subcommittee chair to respond, if we may.
Yep. Recognize the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is $5 per tire.
$5 per tire. And that's on all new tires, correct?
It's on all new tires.
And that's on top of the 6% sales tax that we already charge on tires?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to the previous tire tax we talked about that's already in statute, that's the recycling one?
That's separate.
That's separate, but that is an additional fee on tires.
If you recycle your tires, of course.
Well, I believe the statute says it's paid upon purchase. When you buy a new tire, you have to pay for the recycling.
Gotcha.
At that time. So we have an already fee for tires that we already have in statute. We're adding another $5. We have 6% on top of that. Where does the money go from the new fee for this $5 per fee? Do we know where the money goes to, like where it's being directed towards?
Yes, Mr. President, these dollars will amount to roughly $25 million annually. For the members of the Senate, Mr. President, we have saw a decline in our motor fuel tax over the years. There's a prediction that we will be very near 25% of the motor fuel tax that we had anticipated due to an improved miles per gallon on new vehicles, as well as the small increase of the zero emissions initiative that we embarked upon. We are right now roughly 20% below what we should be spending. So we're at roughly $1 billion of the $6.7 billion of the Transportation Trust Fund. And that is what we call a declining resource, and we need to raise monies for that.
No, and I appreciate that. So I think the long and short, it's going to the Transportation Trust Fund.
Yes, sir.
I believe is what I heard.
Okay.
Is that specified? So that money's going into the Transportation Trust Fund, as you said, from tires, for roads. You had everything there. Can it only be used for roads? Can it be used for transit also, or any other mode which is in the TTF?
Well, the $5 goes to TTF. The $1 goes to MDE.
Correct.
Yes.
I was talking about the $5 one.
I got you, but we talked about it being added to it.
I got you. So the $5 one goes to the TTF.
Yes.
But it can be used on anything within the TTF. It's not specific to roads per se, because as you said earlier, vehicles are being driven, the tires are being worn down because they're on the roads. So that 25 million, I think you said, goes to TTF, but it's not specified just for roads. It could be anything in the TTF. Just get clarification, that's all.
Anything in the TTF, yes.
Anything in the TTF, okay. Because when we look at the CTP, obviously, with the TTF, I think many people in this body are already aware, but between MTA and WMATA, there's about $4.8 billion from the TTF that go to those entities. Roads and bridges about 1.7. So this was just clarifying exactly. It could go to any number of things.
It can go to any number of things, including highway user revenues, which is tens of millions of dollars annually, as well as projects that are throughout the entire state. Remember, we for the Port Administration as well as the Aviation Administration, although they pay for their own through their operating funds, but they rely on us for capital funding.
Sure.
So.
And I guess it's just the last thing, not to belabor the point, but we're talking about vehicle tires with roadways. Money goes to Transportation Trust Fund, can be allocated anywhere. We understand that transit is the major driver of the decrease of Transportation Trust Fund, but there's nothing in here about a wheel fee that we have for like trains and light rails and things of that nature, which would also, maybe supplement that.
I'm glad Mr. President, I'm glad that was brought up. Yes, this also includes the light rail system in Baltimore City.
Right, but I'm saying it's not a fee though on the wheels that they put on the trains. It's just tires that are on the cars for the road. So
whatever the Transportation Trust Fund decides.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. On the remain on amendments 18 through 25. Yes, recognize the minority leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Floor Leader. If you would yield, or again, this is back to transportation on amendment number 18. Talks about miscellaneous fees to be recovered by I'm assuming that's MVA. Could you just discuss what that does, please?
Miscellaneous fees to MBA, 1 second.
Amendment 18.
Cost recoveries,
What is
administrative cost recovery.
and what fees? So, I mean, obviously MVA collects all the fees with respect to titling, registration. What are the fees that they? What are the miscellaneous fees that they have that cover their cost recovery for the administration?
You mean like cost recovery from the?
Just trying to figure out what fees are increasing in this amendment. Or are you saying that they get to take money from the fees that they collect? Just
Oh, well, you're talking about registration fees, certification, titling fees, the administration of their processes. Whenever the work is being done, there's some administrative work that's being done as well.
Mr. President.
okay, thank you.
Let's see, the
I
subcommittee chair yield to the
I
chair.
think I could probably expand on that a little bit. They have a whole series of fees, right? And fees, by their very nature, should cover the cost, and that's all this is saying.
So it's saying that because we're somewhere else in here, we're increasing the registration fees again, right?
So that's different. We're talking
That's
about
different,
things that they've set the rates for. We're letting them go up to the full
105
cost.
Right. But and that's what I'm asking. What
Which
do they
is different, that's different.
Do we know?
Do we have a whole list?
Well, that could be,
Okay, driver's license. It could be
driver's
a whole-
license fees, the testing that's associated with driver's license, the testing for folks, the physical testing as well as, when folks come into the MVA facilities.
The type of operations that you would see in an MVA facility,
They're-
whatever those might be,
Records,
this allows them
storage.
to increase the fees in order to make up now 105% of operating costs. Is that what it says?
Yes.
I'll buy into that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, questions on committee amendments 18 through 25? Any further discussion? Yes, recognize the minority whip on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was curious about Amendment 24. Just it adds a provision that alters a trigger to reduce a certain tax credit in the event of a revenue write-down of a certain percentage. A lot of certainty without any numbers because I'm looking at the a summary. I just was curious which tax credit and the percentage.
So, may I?
Please, Senator, may proceed.
So, when we did the blueprint, we put a trigger in there, and we're going to discuss this later.
Okay.
Are you good?
This is about the trigger. Which tax credit is it referring to?
This one is referring to the senior tax credit. And so when we did the blueprint trigger, we also, when we passed subsequently the senior tax credit, we used the same trigger.
Got it.
We're making a modification to that trigger in the blueprint. This would be the same modification.
Can I ask what that modification?
It was at 7.5, and now it will be at
3.75. I think we discussed this when you came to our caucus, but I didn't remember which certain percentage. So I do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right, on amendments 18 through 25, recognize the minority leader.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, one more question on amendment number 21. As I'm reading that increases the excise or the sales tax on a new vehicle or used vehicle from 6% to 6.35 this fiscal year and 6.5% the next fiscal year.
Recognize the subcommittee chair.
It's up to you. The only thing I would say is that we changed what the House did.
Correct.
The House did 6.8,
6.8, but
And we're phasing it in at a lower rate, and that's all I would say. And I'll yield to the subcommittee chair if there's something else to be said.
No, that's it. Thank you.
okay, but my question is that still an increase from 6%?
Yes.
Okay, so it's still an increase from 6%. So the tax that you pay when you purchase a vehicle will increase to 6.35 and then 6.5%. That being a tax, not registration, not titling, that revenue goes where?
Actually, again, as I spoke earlier, Mr. President, we are, in a declining resource posture, and this will help us to raise some revenues to help us ensure that Transportation Trust Fund and that resource is solvent.
Okay, so all sales tax on vehicles goes to the Transportation Trust Fund and not the general fund?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, on committee amendments 18 through 25, any further discussion? Not any objection. Without objection, committee amendments 18 through 25 are adopted. Senator may proceed.
These are on amendments 26 through 31. Amendment 26 strikes provisions that would have repealed a requirement that the Maryland Department of Health apply for certain grants. Amendment 27 modifies a provision to reduce the amount transferred from the dedicated purpose account to the general fund due to the striking a transfer for one-time purpose. Amendment 28 modifies a provision to strike a transfer from the Maryland Police Training and Standards Commission Fund to the general fund in fiscal 2025. Amendment 29 reduces the amount transferred from various health occupations boards to the Behavioral Health Administration in fiscal 2026. Amendment 30 reduces the amount of interest earnings diverted from the Racing and Community Development Financing Fund to the general fund in fiscal 26. Amendment 31 reduces unspent funds from a fiscal 2024 grant. Move adoption of amendments 26 through 31.
All right, Chair moves for the adoption of amendments 26 through 31. Any discussion or desires to separate on amendments 26 through 31? If not, any objections? Without objection, amendments 26 through 31 are adopted. Question now is on the adoption of the favorable committee report as amended. Recognize the senator from District 6 on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back, if I could, Mr. Chairman, to the nursery fees.
Yes, yes, sir.
If I could get back to the original question that I did ask. Does every nursery have to pay these fees if they don't have infested plants, pests?
We're going to have to phone a friend on that one.
I'm sorry?
We're going to have to phone a friend on that one. Can we get something from the committee? I don't know if we have anything. It does go to the invasive plants program.
Just stating that if there's good stewards out there that don't have this problem, I'm stating that, do they still have to pay that fee?
Yeah, a fee across the board. Yeah, I would think it.
They do, okay.
Yeah, I would
Could
think.
you just tell me what is the Plant Protection Fund?
Sorry for the delay.
That's okay, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair want to yield to the
Yes, I'd be happy
senator
to
from
yield.
Montgomery
Yes,
County.
please.
Thank you very much. First, thank you so much for your interest in plants. I mean, I've got calls from my family saying this is the leadership that, we got to focus on the nurseries, but now this is just a fund that, that covers the administrative costs of the program.
Well, I see. Well, thank you very much for that answer. It's just, if I could ask also about maybe some of the safeguards that exist to prevent the misuse of these funds going to the plant protection program.
I mean, one is the safeguards are the budget committee's reviewing it, and we have the state agencies monitoring it. I'll check to see if there's anything else.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nothing else to add, I don't think.
Okay, and have we ever just tried to maybe help those, like some financial assistance or training to help them out to take care of these kinds of problems that they have in the nurseries?
Can you repeat that question again? I'm sorry.
Have we offered any assistance or financial assistance or training or some type of resources to help the nurseries to be proactive to prevent this type of infestation?
Well, I know that there's programs running through different departments. Is there anything, checking to see if there's anything in particular to this, but certainly if there's of an interest to you, we'd be certainly willing to connect you with the administration to figure out how we can expand it, but hold on, I'm getting a...
I appreciate that.
Senator, just to be clear, this is the subcommittee that the senator sits on, so these are budget questions from the subcommittee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm not on your subcommittee, just to be clear.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Are there further questions from the
No, sir.
subcommittee member about questions that come up in the subcommittee?
No, sir.
Okay. Are there further questions? Recognize the senator from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cycling back there to that amendment number 9, we were talking about the previous language with the original tire, recycling tire fee, I guess as you call it, where there are some changes that were made there in the BERFA, whether it was the governor or the House. I believe, just correct me if I'm wrong, that is right now 80 cents fee. Is that what it is? And the BERFA says it's going to raise it to $1, correct? And then tie CPI to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then have a ceiling of $2.
That's correct.
My understanding. So from 80 cents to $2, we're looking at a potentially 150% increase in that particular fee. We talked about the other tire tax.
Over the course of time.
Over the course of time, yeah. But I ask you, look in your crystal ball. If someone to ask, what do we anticipate that CPI generating to that we would get to that $2? Is that something that anyone foresees in the next year or two, or? I mean, it was based on inflation, but we saw what happened over the last couple of years.
I don't expect a 100% increase in inflation. I hope not. If
Well,
it is, we're going to have a lot bigger problems than tire fees.
Right. But just the way it is now, just from the 80% to $1 plus the $5 fee that we're adding on for new tires, that's a 650% increase in tire fees on top of 6% sales tax, things of that nature. I just wanted to make sure I was correct in that understanding. So thank you for answering the question.
All right, question is on the adoption of the favorable report. Yes, recognize the senator from the 42nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask a couple of questions of the floor leader? This, I believe, is on the bill is an entirety rather than an amendment. I'm looking at page 88 of the bill. We're dealing with payments made to erroneously convicted people. And Macro raised a question over the weekend, which I want to raise here.
I'm not sure who Macro is.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought you said, can you see Macro?
Oh, it's the Maryland Association of Counties?
Mako.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You were asking a macro question.
Yeah, right.
economically speaking.
About MACO. I'm mixing up my acronyms. Currently, if the Board of Public Works decides to make a payment to a person that was erroneously convicted, the state of Maryland pays that person the money.
That's correct.
And under the BERFA, as pages 88 and 89, it appears to me as if in the future, if this is enacted, the county from which the erroneously convicted person came, that county government would have to pay half of the money.
That is correct.
Okay. So as I understand it, these people have been convicted under state law over which the counties have no control, correct?
You are the attorney, sir.
Okay. I'm not a criminal lawyer, though. And they were convicted by state prosecutors who were independently elected and over whom the counties have no control as to what cases they decide to prosecute, who they decide to prosecute, correct? And those trials are presided over by state judges appointed by the governor, confirmed by the state senate, or by the people in an election, but the counties have no control over the appointment of the judges too, correct?
You're aware of the law.
And they're confined in state prisons over which the counties have no control. And they're exonerated, I am correct, am I not, that they've been exonerated in a state process.
I think it could be in,
excuse me?
I think it could be in detention centers, couldn't they, Senator?
It could be. You know, you're right, they could be. But they're exonerated in a state process over which the counties have no control. The exoneration is governed by state law, correct?
The exonerate, I'm sorry, say once
The process of exonerating a person who was allegedly wrongfully convicted, that process is set up by state law. The counties have no control over that.
Yes.
And finally, the decision to exonerate the person and the decision to pay money and the amount of the money to be paid is decided by the State Board of Public Works, which is comprised of the governor, the controller, and the state treasurer. Again, no county involvement in that either, correct?
Correct.
So this provision appears to impose on counties open-minded fiscal exposure, but with no ability to budget for what might be coming down the road, because the counties won't know what it is until the Board of Public Works has voted on it, right?
I suppose on an individual basis, yes.
As I'm informed that in the recent years, the amount of money paid to exonerated prisoners amounts to millions of dollars a year.
It may. What's budgeted here is $1.5 million.
Okay. And half of that now is going to be imposed on the counties.
Theoretically, depending on the case.
Would you agree with me that counties cannot manage what they do not control?
I'm sorry, I missed that last question.
My last question. Would you agree with me that counties cannot manage what they do not control?
Well, if that were the case, we'd say that states cannot manage some of the things that we can't control. And I'm not sure that that's true.
Well,
I think we'll show shortly, I'll be talking about a specific instance where something has occurred out of the control of the state in a, from my perspective, a breach of contract, so to speak, that we had no control over, and yet we will have to take responsibility for, because that's what government does sometimes.
Well, in this particular situation, the party that has total control over the amount of money that's going to be paid to these exonerated prisoners is the State Board of Public Works, consisting of the governor, the controller, and the treasurer. The county has no involvement in that and no control over what the State of Public Works does it?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. On the favorable committee report is amended. Recognize the senator from Hartford and Cecil counties.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the chair would yield for questions on Amendment 17 regarding the transfer of funds from Mouth Project, Open Space, and Rural Legacy.
Certainly.
So just for the body, just so this is, my understanding is $25 million that's getting taken out of this dedicated fund and moving to the general fund. Is that correct?
3 funds, yes.
Out of the 3.
And in
Great.
different quantities based on revenues, yes.
Okay, so briefly for the body, could you just explain how these programs are funded? It's through a transfer tax, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and normally that's considered a dedicated fund?
It is.
Okay, so my question, I've heard different answers on this, but if you could clear this up. Money that's taken from this fund and transferred out, does that in later years have to be paid back?
So
to the fund?
We'll yield to the subcommittee chair.
Yes, Mr. President. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Subcommittee
Yield.
Chair. So when these funds are taken out of a dedicated fund like this, in this case, it's Project Open Space, Maryland Ag Land Preservation Foundation, and Rural Legacy. If according to this, it's $100 million over 4 years, or $25 million a year. Does that have to be paid back into that fund at some point?
Thank you for the question, Mr. President. Actually, we're talking 3 years, not 4 years. And not in this case, no payback on this case.
I thought it was FY 26, 27, 28, and 29. So it is 4, correct?
It's 4, okay.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I had those numbers mixed. So does that have to be paid back?
No.
So that once that money goes to general fund, it's gone to other things, and it's not going to go back to that, what it was dedicated originally for?
It would be dedicated to, that's correct. It's not going back.
Okay. Mr. President, just to speak on this amendment.
On the amendment, Senator may proceed.
This is really concerning when you transfer money out of a fund like this. I know I've heard, it was way before I was in the legislature, I heard concerns about different special funds that people would use the word rated. I'll be kinder, I'll say transferred out from those funds. And this is why these, colleagues, this is why these funds are so important. Start with MALF. Its goal is to preserve productive farmland and woodland for continued production of food and fiber for Maryland citizens. That's a statutory goal. It's to curb the expansion of random urban development, help curb the spread of urban blight and deterioration. These are all listed as statutory goals, including help protect ag land and woodland as open space, which is very important. An ancillary goal would be to protect wildlife habitat and to enhance the environmental quality of the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries. We have some goal, well, let me also talk about, so that's MALF, Project Open Space, established in 1969 by General Assembly. It's to conserve natural resources, provide outdoor recreation opportunities. We have that all over the state, very, very important. We're talking about things like parks, forests, wildlife management areas, community park amenities. This includes such things as playgrounds, ball fields, tennis courts, swimming pools, fishing sites, hunting areas, and a few other things. This Project Open Space funding has protected 415,000 acres of land and has awarded more than 6,900 grants to local governments through Project Open Space Local. Rural Legacy, the third thing, established in '97 by the General Assembly to build on the success of Project Open Space. And it recognized at that time that statute had not gone far enough in protecting rural land. So its job is to protect large contiguous tracts of land rich in natural cultural resources from sprawl development, and also to enhance natural resources, farms, and forests through cooperative efforts among state and local governments and land trusts. Now, when we talk about goals, I'd just like to talk about goals for a moment. SB 470 in 2023 mandated that 30% of Maryland be conserved by 2030 and 40% by 2040. So that would need to be 2.5 million acres because we have 6.2 million acres in the state. So, we have different goals in this state that we strive for. And, honestly, it seems like we have a climate goal or a solar goal. That thing never gets cut or moved around. It's considered almost sacred. But here we are talking about preserving open space, and this is going to have $100 million over the next 4 years that is going to go away from that dedicated fund into other things. So thank you for your time allowing me to talk about those very important things to not only the state open space goals, but to agriculture, to recreation, all those things. So that's why that amendment is very highly problematic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, question remains on the adoption of the favorable report as amended. On the report, recognize the senator from District 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some questions about the committee testimony, so maybe the subcommittee chair.
Senator, which issue area?
The issue, I apologize. Have a question on committee amendment number 14, as it has to do with the pension cost shift. Okay, perfect. So my first question is if this amendment goes through, what will be the state's percentage of the cost for pensions now?
It's most of the unfunded liability, but we'll need to check that.
Okay. My calculation is 0 if we're moving it all over to the county. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's just half of the increase, sir.
Okay, half the increase. Thank you. When the DLS gave their presentation, did they give any narrative background or rationale for the shift?
So as was the case when this was initially done some years ago, that they were sharing in the costs, clearly the fact that they control the salaries and that in then turn has a direct impact on the pensions.
Okay, all right. I was just wondering if they had revisited that background. I appreciate the answer. I'm just very concerned that maybe this was just merely inserted into the analysis just as a way to fix the fiscal crisis or problem that we're dealing in the state of Maryland. I guess then my next question would be, acknowledging that we are in a fiscal trick bag or a crisis, was there any thought that passing this 100% over to the counties, that was going to create a fiscal problem for the counties?
So 50%, and yes, absolutely. Let me point out a couple things about that, because eventually I assume we will get to all of these issues, right? Not simply the pension costs. Was brought up the erroneous convictions, the property estat transfer over, the retirement payments. The bottom line is, for the cumulative amount of that is about $145 million a year. And so let me just first say that if you look at what the state is contributing to the counties en masse, just in education, we have an increase of 7% this year, or $654 million. Remember that first number, 145. The second thing that I would point out is that we've provided for, in this package, the opportunity, should they still think that there is an issue, to increase the piggyback rate by 0.1%. And again, if everyone did that, and some people are already at the 3.2 level, there's 8 who are not, but if everybody went up to the 3.3, that's another $340 million that is, quote, available to the counties. And then, if you look at property tax credits, property tax is, over the last couple of years, assessments across the board have gone up 21% in Maryland. Now, we have a homestead property tax credit, which provides for a limitation on how high an assessment can go up. The law says you can set it at 10% or below. There are 3 counties that are at the 10% level, which means that the rest of the state has an enormous amount of capacity, even if they increase by even 1% in some counties, to raise additional money. So to your point, yes, there was an increase by shifting these costs by $145 million, but we've given a huge increase in educational spending, as well as there are a number of opportunities out there should counties still feel strapped to use existing tax policy and the new 0.1% to handle whatever concerns that they may think they have.
And I appreciate that, and I'm going to boil it down to Allegheny County, which unfortunately we compete for the most economically challenged counties each and every year. Our median household income is $41,000 a year, and the county commissioners were faced with a $13.1 million deficit going in. They're looking that this is going to add another $5 million to them, and I'm not exactly sure where they're going to come out. Now, they're over the 3% and the piggyback, 3.05, I believe is their number. There is a little bit of room there, but when you're having a medium household income of $41,000, there may be room in that ceiling, but the reality for the rank and file Allegheny County people, they can't afford that. In addition, Allegheny County government, before this shift and these shifts were actually being proposed, they're actually looking at closing 3 libraries. And these are in communities that need that as a community pillar. There's a variety of things that, unfortunately, Maryland is a microcosm of many, many communities. And for the poorest of the poor, these shifts to the county are going to make detrimental. And regardless of ceilings for the piggyback or the property tax, when policies get passed that I have AES Warrior Run, clean coal technology closing as an employer and people looking for jobs there, as I have New Page, the paper mill that a couple years ago closed, and while we had something called Allegheny Works and we were training people to weld, well, to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure what they're going to be welding on if there's no other jobs happening. And so I'm very, very concerned about this amendment. I understand in the grand scheme of things, we'll be receiving some more money than what we have had in the past, and that is appreciated. But at the end of the day, those counties are going to have to balance this state fiscal crunch that we have that is now being passed down to the counties. And I'm not exactly sure I'm making it attractive to come work, play, and live in Allegheny County when we're making it that much expensive for the people that live there. But thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to indulge my statement.
All right. On the favorable report as amended, recognize the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask if the floor leader or the chairman would continue yielding for question.
Sarah may proceed.
Thank you. Just to follow up on my colleague on that one issue, and then I have one separate issue. We've been challenged by knowing that federal government activity, whether we agree with it or don't agree with it, or agree with part of it and not all of it, is going to impact our state. We're kind of doing the same thing to our county governments. And I just wonder if you could comment on, is that going to be something that continues, or is that something we could see a sunset to? I echo my colleague's point about, there are some counties with a large industrial tax base or a corporate tax base, and a lot of counties where the property tax and even the income tax is heavily dependent on residents. So I just don't know if you could comment further about that.
Look, if you want me to make a ironclad promise of what's going to happen, you're not going to
Yes,
get that.
please, no.
Yeah, you're not going to get that. Look, I think one of the things that I pride our committee's actions on is this One Maryland. And I know sometimes people don't always feel like that might be something that occurs, but I think it does. I think we reach out and deal with issues in counties that are having difficulties in lots of different ways. We help in school construction by changing formulas. As a matter of fact, we changed a formula just this year to help a county who was struggling economically to produce a school in their community. We look for opportunities to do economic development. I can point all across the state, in Cecil County, in Washington County, in Baltimore County, where we have taken individual targeted approaches to help lift up communities. As a matter of fact, in the particular in Senator from Western Maryland's area, we have, of course, the George Board, which we've invested a fair amount of money to encourage a number of economic development programs. I consider that, I believe that we will continue to do those kinds of things whenever we can to ensure, not ensure, but to try to help on counties that may be struggling a bit.
I appreciate that. I think the question that we're trying to get to, and we're not going to, definitely get the definitive answer because we don't know the future, but the challenge is when it starts rolling downhill, the counties feel very much besieged by some of these things that are going to impact them, and just saying, well, they can raise their taxes a little bit more, it's the same issue we've got. I mean, and you can only it's hard to get blood from a turnip at a certain point, but appreciate the answer to that.
I understand. I'm going to say, then in a minute, we're going to get to an issue where we're going to be picking up a substantial cost for the counties that is because something is rolled down to us. So can't wait to talk to you about that.
That'd be wonderful. I'm sure we'll be very grateful for that. Okay, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask, one of the things in here, there's a lot of things dealing with cars and drivers and things of that nature. In here is on amendment, I think it was amendment 20. We had increased vehicle emissions inspection program fees, VEIP. Those are more than doubling from 14 to 30, and we're apparently tying it to the CPI in this as well, which is a concern, and I'd be happy to, I mean, if there's a subcommittee chair, you'd prefer me to, yep.
We'll yield to the subcommittee chair.
Yes. Yes, so we're tying, thank you so much, Mr. Subcommittee Chair. So we're tying it to the CPI, which is something we've been doing a lot of, and that's a concern. That's number one, a concern to me that we haven't raised it for years, and now we're more than doubling it, and we're tying it to CPI. Can you address, is that something that we want to do, the committee felt we're going to do forever, or is it something we're going to maybe stop at a certain point?
Thank you for the question, Mr. President. We have we don't have a pending sunset date on this, but as you know, the CPI measures the overall change, consumer prices over time. It's mostly widely used to measure inflation, closely followed by policymaking, financial markets, businesses. But if the CPI does not increase, then the fees or rates do not increase. That's a benefit. And it's a measurable amount.
The CPI generally goes up pretty much every year, but I'm assuming some years it doesn't. So with the current situation, and you and I represent, I think, similar districts, sort of suburban, a little bit rural, suburban, maybe a little bit urban, depending on where it is. some small, medium towns.
Considering I represent 3 counties, yes, sir.
Yes, you do. Well, yes, you do. Fantastic counties, by the way. Great place to go. No, you do. You represent a lot of different areas. So I'm just, you know the situation people, but
I do.
We know, you and I know the situation people are in. So, I mean, we're more than doubling this fee, and it's on anybody. There's no, obviously, means testing or income testing. Yeah. And it may be like, okay, it's $30 instead of $14, but it's tied to CPI. I struggle to understand. I guess I'd like to know, can you just, are these all going to the Transportation Trust Fund?
Yes,
all
they
these
are.
funds going to it? Okay.
Yes, they are. And there's a, for each one of these fees, there's a return that we're seeking annually, so.
Does it, but we'll never, right now, the way this is in the bill, that it will never cap out. We'll never, unless we take an action as a General Assembly, it will just continue to go up, correct?
Well, I think that's correct. I think, you know, the beauty is that we're back here every year, and, you know, as we're monitoring these things, we can see.
Again, my concern, and I don't know if this is more of a question or a statement. I do appreciate the answers. I just made the statement that, Mr. President, this is another thing where, in a vacuum, it's not that big of a deal, maybe. But you know, if you run a small business that has a fleet of vehicles, this is more than doubling your testing costs. Of course, not every county in the state has to do this, by the way, so it's only hammering about 10 counties. But it's something that we've long since kind of said that we're not sure of the impact of it, number one. It's become more and more of just like a money generator. And I just wonder, again, it's another thing where it's going to impact the working family, but it's also going to impact these small businesses. It's another chink in our armor as a business-friendly and family-friendly state. And so I just have a lot of concern about this. I'm disappointed to add the CPI in it because I feel like if you were going to increasing it might be one thing because their fees do over time have to keep up with the cost. But in this case, this is not being raised because the program itself is costing more. It's just simply raised because we'd like more money. So I guess I'll just leave it at that. But thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right. Recognize the senator from St. Mary's on the favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the chair or the subcommittee chair would yield for a question regarding the increased titling fees.
Recognize the subcommittee chair.
Yes.
Senator may proceed.
Didn't we raise the fees on vehicle registrations last year?
On vehicle registrations, the vehicle registration fees have not been raised since 2004. Oh, yes, last year. Prior to that, 2004, yes. You're right.
Just to clarify, the vehicle registration fee raised last year. Am I correct that when we talk about the titling fees for registration, this would actually be doubling this year?
Yes.
My question, why would we continue to raise these fees on owning a car, which affects so many of our constituents who rely on owning a car to get to work?
Well, I mean, I think the committees and the entire committee, you know, and I think as we think about this again, we are trying to enhance our Transportation Trust Fund, which takes care of our roadways, our mass transit, and other matters that we need to make sure we can keep up with. And these fees will help us. Some having, you know, the titling fee hasn't been raised since 2011. 2011, that's a long time. And this particular fee on the titling will get us $80 million annually, $80 million, toward the projects that are needed by our Transportation Trust Fund. A lot of those projects, just for the body, Mr. President, a lot of those projects are across the state. They're not just in one area of the state. They're not just in the urban areas. They're not just about mass transit. They're about our roadways in 81, our roadways, Route 5 extended, you know, our roadways on the eastern shore, but as well as our commuter buses and everything that our transportation needs, and including ensuring our infrastructure is well, the roadway, the bridges, et cetera.
If we could just talk about the actual increase in the titling fees, in the doubling of these titling fees for motor vehicles. Will these fees be dedicated specifically to the roads that you just talked about, or will they be used for any transportation project?
They go to the TTF generally. That's which includes roadways.
Does that also include any mass transit?
Yes.
So anybody that has a vehicle that would pay this fee, whether they use mass transit or not, would not benefit from this fee increase.
I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure about, Mr. President, I'm not sure about the benefit. The benefit of mass transit is to try to get folks off the road. The benefit of road enhancements is to ensure we have safe roads. So I think it balances out, I believe. As a person who lives in Prince George's County, where I have a metro stop not too far from me, yet I have 70,000 plus folks from Southern Maryland coming through my community every day. We would love to have some of these dollars go to the Southern Maryland Rapid Transit, rail, and to enhance our services with our commuter buses.
Appreciate the subcommittee's answers. Mr. President, if I could just speak for a moment.
Senator, on the favorable report?
My concern with this higher fee is that it is actually regressive. It is the same for all Marylanders who purchase a car, regardless of their income, regardless whether they're a college student starting out, an 18-year-old starting with their first job, somebody struggling to make ends meet, or somebody that's on a fixed income. We already saw a substantial increase in registration fees last year, increases which are being actually accelerated in this BERFA. In the rural parts of the state, like where I come from, if we are going anywhere, we are using a vehicle to get there, well, except if you happen to be one of my Amish constituents. My constituents ask me why these fees are increasing, and it is incredibly challenging to offer an explanation for this substantial increase to them when these fees are not guaranteed to be put back into the roadways that they are using daily, when mass transportation is not feasible in rural areas like my district. I am concerned about the impact this will have on Marylanders and especially my constituents. As just Saturday night, when I was at the grocery store in the checkout line, there was an open discussion on the increase in registration fees that people were paying from last year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the report as amended, recognized the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have a couple questions on sports gaming and the CEF, and then transportation and cannabis. So, Mr.
Let's
Chairman,
take one at a time.
Okay,
Let's see where we go.
Let's go first. On page 95, Mr. Chairman, we've talked about sports gaming, sports wagering. It's been in the news a lot about the amount of money that a licensee gets to retain, and currently it's 85%, so it means obviously a tax on that is 15% that's going to the state. We're changing that now to 80%, so now 20% of the wagering goes to the state of Maryland. This said that was supposed to generate $31 million. $34 million. But previously, this was all going into the Blueprint for Maryland Future Fund. It looks like that's been changed to it not all going there now.
Right, the increase is going to the general fund.
So when we go back and
increase the 5%.
So when we go back and talk to the people that are on sports gaming all the time, and they hear that the tax now has gone from 15% to 20%, when they thought when we originally passed that, I think we had to do a constitutional amendment or had to vote about that or something, it stated that that money was going towards the blueprint. Now we're making an increase to that, and that increase is going to the general fund and not the blueprint?
Correct.
Is that the way it's working now? Okay, thank you. With respect to, again, the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, we saw a one-time transfer of $230 million to the general fund. On page 94, there's just an interesting, just a set of brackets that goes around the interest and investment earnings of the fund. Looks like that was about $65 million of just interest from the CEF fund. Is that the right number?
I apologize. Just checking with something. You're asking again the money, just the interest is now going to general fund.
So the interest now is going to general funds, and the interest itself from that fund for 1 year was $65 million?
Sounds right.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of interest on a fund that
That's
is
a lot of tax dollars saved.
That is a lot of money that people that pay electric bills have paid their electric companies in order to now fund the general fund, right? Because we've also made a $230 million transfer from the CEF fund to go into the general fund, right? And that money didn't come from anywhere. I mean, very specifically came from
We're going to see
those that pay utility
piece of
bills.
legislation, as you know, move forward.
That's going to give a very minuscule part of that back, but at least something. But maybe we'll see it gives something back. In furthering that we're able to find $230 million, do we know how much money is in that fund that generated $65 million in interest in 1 year?
After all the money comes out that we're talking about?
How about before the money came out? Do we know how much was?
There's about 300 left over, so we can go backwards.
So over $500 million was in that fund.
Yeah.
Generated $65 million in interest that went to the general fund. And now there's some that's left. On page 113, there was just again a simple amendment that went from 2027 to 2032, and it delays the requirement for the Maryland Transit Administration to purchase only electric or only zero emission buses. So I guess at one point in time we required MTA to purchase zero emission buses, and now this is delaying it for 5 years. Do we know what happened to cause that delay?
They're having trouble being able to acquire that many buses.
So instead of buying what they could buy, they don't have to buy any zero emission buses at all
For this period of time.
for the 5 years. And is the state
Although
not?
I imagine if they can acquire them, they might be interested in doing it.
It actually says the administration, okay, may not enter that are not zero emission. Okay, maybe we'll get a count to see if they do buy any. Is the state not obligated to follow the California Clean Cars Act? Do you know?
I believe it is, but now you're leaping out of my area.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering. It's interesting when the state can't afford something that we just change the law and say, hey, you don't have to buy zero emission buses anymore. And then when the California Clean Car Act comes around and there's requirements, essentially mandates that Marylanders will have to buy electric vehicles, zero emission vehicles, because there's nothing on the lots in 2032 except electric vehicles. It's essentially a mandate that you must buy that unless you go out of state to buy something. It's just interesting that when the state can't find affordable zero emission buses, we just change the law and say you don't have to. On page 161, we've talked about the increase of the cannabis tax. And what's that going to? Now we've made a change from 9% to 12%. Now, I'm concerned where the revenues are going now. They've made some changes beginning on 160, where 60% of the revenues, now it's going to be 75% of the revenues go to a number of different, the Cannabis Regulation Enforcement Fund and Community Investment Repair Fund. Measly 5% goes to the counties, Cannabis Public Health.
All of that continues.
Right.
On the 9%. For the 3 additional percent, that money will go to the general fund.
So only on the delta between the
Correct.
the 9% and the 3%, all of that goes to the general fund?
Correct. $39 million.
Right, that's the number I had. And of that 39 million, again, just straight into the general fund, there were no other requirements on where that had to go?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, just another question, and I apologize for not being able to find it in the reprint of the bill, but in 2 different occasions, we talked about, where is it? Right here. Maryland being the quantum capital. Quantum capital.
Yes.
I think one thing we added $10 million, and I think there's another one that went to maybe 15. What is quantum capital?
Well,
Do we know?
based in the Discovery Zone at the University of Maryland, outside the University of Maryland, quantum computing has been developing both with the university and with corporate activity. And the belief is that there are a few locations around the country that will end up being the hubs for quantum computing. Mm-hmm. And it is very much believed that we are in contention and will receive that designation and the funds that hopefully will flow with that.
Is that a formal designation, or is it something that we kind of make up and say we are something?
It wouldn't be a makeup.
Wouldn't be a makeup. Again, if I missed it, how much is being, do you remember, was it 10 and then another 15? Is it 25 total, 25 million?
That is correct in the increases of the budget.
Right, and they go to someone at the University of Maryland, is that what you said? Or is it?
It's part of, I think it's all good anywhere, doesn't it? It's all through, yes, through Maryland.
Through University of Maryland. Okay. And that's the investment that Maryland is going to make to try to attract.
We've been investing for the last several years.
Okay.
It was probably at least 3 or 4 years ago that we first made a $10 million investment in quantum, which has led to sort of a growth. I hate using the word ecosystem, but the development of an ecosystem in the Discovery District at Maryland, where companies are wanting to come there, where educators are wanting to come there, where this is being studied and actually practically developed.
Well, we can certainly appreciate that. I think all of us want to find a way to drive economic development in the state, and that's an opportunity to do so. But it's unfortunate because we are also looking at a tax on IT and data, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, quantum. So we're have in this BERFA a tax that will go against the very industries that we're trying to attract to Maryland?
Well, by the time we're done, we'll know.
One of the questions that is always about the BERFA, and I think we've got, 181 pages or something, is that you don't really get to have bill hearings on all of it, right? I mean, you essentially, you have a bill hearing on the BERFA itself.
We do.
But the BERFA obviously changed very much from when the governor introduced it to what the House did to what we saw. And I know there was a bill hearing about a business-to-business tax. Oh, good afternoon. About a business-to-business tax. Was that in reference to what this technology tax is that we're seeing in the BERFA, or was it something different, or was it?
There was a whole host, but if the Vice Chair would like to.
Sure. Thank you.
Senator, may proceed.
Two things. One is, I represent obviously College Park with the University of Maryland, so I'm pretty familiar with the Quantum Project. And it is a generational technology breakthrough that was developed by a few scientists around the world, one of whom was a University of Maryland professor. And they've created a multi-billion-dollar company already to advance this technology. The governor's proposal, which I strongly support, is to invest in a couple of moonshots. This is a moonshot kind of investment. It may not pay off, but it probably will pay off. And so I think it's a very important investment for growth, economic growth, progress for our state. I think your point about relating it to the IT tax that is included in the BERFA is a perfect connection. Is as we have successful companies, and we'll talk about that more later because I think there might be an amendment around the tech tax. As we have successful companies, they should share some of that with the people who helped create it. The fact of the matter is, it's the University of Maryland where these kinds of things happen. And so it's perfectly reasonable, in my judgment, to say we're going to, for the companies that have been successful, and they have markets, huge markets, we'll talk more about that probably later today, at the same time invest in the new technology. I think they're totally consistent with each other.
That would bring up a question then, is the tech tax dedicated towards reinvestment in that industry, or is the tech tax just going to the general fund?
It is not dedicated, but we're all working together on this.
Well, it's interesting that the belief is that the companies that are successful should pay more into other companies being successful. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're growing the whole economy. We're in this together. This is what America's about.
Interesting.
We want everyone to prosper.
We would want everybody to prosper, and I think that's why a lot of the businesses have come back to us and saying adding a 3% sales tax is not helping them prosper. In fact, we've heard from across the hallway that a delegate that has a business that's in Maryland has already decided to move the business, and we're going to see that very often when we're talking about major IT projects and defense contracts, that if you are a Maryland business and you have a federal government contract, or you're a subcontractor to a prime contractor that has a federal government contract, if you're based in Maryland, you're going to have to pay an additional tax. Where if you're based in Virginia, you would not have to pay that tax. That's not trying to foster a competitive ecosystem and a competitive environment.
That actually is not true. That's a misunderstanding of the way our tax laws work, both regarding goods and services, digital goods and digital services, in Maryland and in the dozens of states that have similar kinds of taxes.
I'm familiar with the Wayfair tax, and I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
Say that again?
The Wayfair tax, the Wayfair ruling, right?
Essentially, it's the Wayfair standard, yeah.
Right, but that's not what's happening.
That is what's happening.
No, it's actually, it's different. If you are, let's say a contractor that's based in Virginia has a contract with the federal government, and you are a Maryland company that is a subcontractor, that prime contractor. That Maryland company now has to pay a 3% tax?
That's not the Wayfair standard. The Wayfair standard is where the product or service is used, not where it's produced.
Are you saying that a business that's in Maryland that provides IT services to a business out of state does not have to charge that business?
It's not about where the business is, it's about where the product or service is used. So if a Maryland company is providing tech services to a Virginia company, and the service is used in Virginia, it's not subject to tax. If a Virginia company is providing tech services to a company in Maryland and the service is used in Maryland, it is subject to tax. That's the Wayfair rule.
And is that what you're saying, that how our IT tax will be applied?
That's my understanding, absolutely. With all due respect, I've gone over this with DLS staff, I've gone over with the controller's office, and I actually know something about this.
Okay, I mean, that's a very important statement to make, that if a Maryland business is providing their services to another business or an individual outside the state of Maryland, what you just stated was they would not have to charge that business.
It's not where the buyer is, it's where the service is, it's where the service is used. It's not based on where the company is. It's based on where the service is used. That's the Wayfair standard.
Okay, so if the service is being used in Washington, D.C. for a federal contractor.
Yep.
So there's an entity in Washington, D.C. that is required this, and a Maryland company is providing those services that are being used in D.C., you're saying there will be no tax?
There'll be some tax in D.C., but not here.
Well, I don't know if D.C. has this tax.
They do.
They do? Okay. I don't know if the federal government pays it to begin with. But let's go back to there being a prime contractor.
Okay.
If that prime contractor is based in Maryland and the subcontractor provides the service to the prime contractor, even if the prime contractor services D.C.,
if the service is provided in Maryland, to Maryland, operationally in Maryland, it is subject to tax in Maryland. Regardless of what the ownership of the company is, where it is, Hawaii, New Zealand, whatever it is, if it's provided to, the service is provided in Maryland, it would be subject to tax, as all our other sales and use tax are.
Right. So that's why it became beneficial for this one colleague to move his business out of Maryland.
But with all due respect, he has to make his own business judgments. I discussed this with him over the weekend to understand his situation, and I say with great respect, I think his understanding of the law and the controller's understanding of the law and my understanding of the law are different.
I'd say there's three different opinions there.
No, there are two opinions, me and the controller.
Well, I'm not convinced yet, with all due respect.
That's fine.
And I think I'd really, by the time we get through to this, get the comptroller to come in and really make this clear, because there are a lot of industries out there that are very closely watching what Maryland is doing.
I understand that.
And they're listening to the governor.
I understand.
And the governor's out saying, hey, we're going to drive the quantum, we're going to drive IT and cybersecurity and AI.
And we should.
And the General Assembly is going to slap a 3% tax on all of those industries. And so people want to know.
That's why we're talking. That's why we're discussing
who pays it and where it's paid.
It's where the service is delivered. If the service is not delivered in Maryland, they will not pay the tax.
Okay. Well, again, I will have that conversation with the comptroller based on your recommendation.
Thanks a
to
lot.
figure out if how that is accurate, and to make sure we go through the other scenarios as well too. If a company is based in Virginia and they provide the service into Maryland, you'll say they pay the tax.
Yes.
But if it's a Maryland company that you're in Maryland and you're providing a service to Virginia, no tax.
That's Wayfair.
Okay. All right. We'll take a look.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
President.
It is accurate, can confirm, yes. All right, on the favorable report is amended. Recognized the senator from the 37th District on the favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question. Rather than go through the bill, the briefing document from the committee report, the very bottom of page 31, I believe that's the piggyback tax. It proposes a 3.2% to a 3.3% increase. I was going to make a joke and say it proposes a 2.5% increase, but I don't think anybody would get the joke at this point of the day. But yeah,
right.
it does. At the bottom of page 31, it's a 3.2 to a 3.3% increase. That's correct, right?
Well, it's authorizing.
Authorized, yeah. And this is the piggyback tax.
That is correct.
Okay. And I was going through the briefing for the piggyback tax, it's a particular interest for my district. Do we know, how if Delaware, Pennsylvania, Virginia, how the surrounding states, if they have a piggyback tax?
We'd have to check. It sounds like you know.
No, I don't. This is one of the big economic issues in our district. One of the arguments
obviously,
is
that would be a choice of for your local elected officials. It would be a choice for your local elected officials.
right. Be chosen to elected officials. Well, that brings up the next question, because on page 5, the briefing document lays out the amounts that each one of these brings, and then it's blank. It's blank. And I was wondering, is there a prediction?
Oh, I have a chart, yes. For each county?
No, just in total, what that would generate.
Oh, yeah, $340 million if they went, $341 million if every jurisdiction went up to a maximum 3.3%.
So then, is it fair to assume that based off of the current structure of spending and mandates, that much additional money is going to be needed by locals to be able to balance their budget? Or am I misinterpreting the way
there's not an exact match. What Senator, maybe you didn't hear me before when I was talking about the cost shift, is that you're referring to?
Yeah.
The cost shift that you're referring to? That was $145 million. But then I also pointed out that there's a 7% increase in education funding, which is just one aspect of funding we give to the counties, and that's of $600 million. And then this piggyback is another $341 million. You add all that up in terms of additional revenues, either guaranteed through state grant or through actions taken by local governments accessing new sources or abilities to raise funds, is well over the money that has been shifted.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I'm tired. We've been going through a whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to make sure.
Me too.
So the expectation, the potential is $340 million would be generated.
It could be, if everyone decided to do it.
Right. And, but that's not associated with any specific mandate or anything like that.
Absolutely not.
And then,
totally giving the counties the ability to do it, should they think it's in their best interest to do so.
yeah, and I believe I saw, did Mako come in and support this?
Yes.
I believe they. I thought I had seen something somewhere where Mako had supported it. I'm interested because
They want the flexibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the flexibility, it's also linked to different formulas and things like that for state funding for different purposes. Is that correct?
I mean, the two things are separate. The formulas for funding aren't associated necessarily with increasing a piggyback rate.
And the reason I'm asking is because oftentimes when there's a financial hardship, one of the first questions is, have you maxed out your local funding? I think that
Correct.
comes up mostly in education funding.
Correct. And there are 9 counties right now who have not maxed out their piggyback at 3.2.
Yeah.
And I also mentioned earlier that only 3 counties, Calvert, Montgomery, and Somerset, are maxing out the assessment cap to generate the most money that they could from receiving under the homestead property tax credit.
Okay, that's the other. And we're talking about education funding, right?
Well, it's all funding, right? These are actions that these counties could take to generate more money.
Right.
They choose not to, and that's fine. In my county, we choose 5%, which is half as much money as we could be generating if we accepted the maximum assessment cap of 10%. So every county makes this. As a matter of fact, I actually set that rate decades ago. Everybody has their choices. I'm just saying that They have the capacity to do that. We could effectively get, in Howard County, twice as much by the assessment, because we could raise the assessment twice of what it is.
Well, I appreciate that. I just wanted to understand a little bit more about where we're going with the piggyback tax, kind of how it worked, and mostly what the expectation of that tax would be and how much it would generate. But just to make sure I got it, you said it was four.
If everyone who is at or below the 3.2 cap right now, at or below, and then had the ability to go up to 3.3, that would generate for the entire state, over all the jurisdictions, $341 million.
341, but that money stays in the county, so that would go with, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, question remains on the favorable report as amended. Recognize the senator from the 42nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask some questions of my very good friend, the Vice Chair of the Budget and Tax Committee?
Senator may proceed.
I'm honored.
I'm honored too. So I must admit I was confused by your colloquy with the minority leader.
Yep.
And I'm looking at page 162 of the BERFA, and what it says is taxable price means the value in money that is paid by a buyer to a vendor in the complete performance of a sale. I just exempted other words, but that's the key part. So is what you're saying that if the buyer is in Virginia and the vendor of data services is in Maryland, that this language would not apply to that sale of services by a Maryland vendor to the Virginia buyer?
Where is the product or service used in your example?
Well, the data services are provided by the Maryland vendor to the Virginia buyer.
So under that example, they're used in Virginia.
So I'm assuming the Maryland vendor provides data, has a data bank or a data center, and the Virginia buyer uses the data center for its needs, and the Maryland vendor is permitting the Virginia buyer to use the vendor's data services.
Okay, so yeah,
so I don't know who the data services are being rendered by the Maryland vendor, but they're being ultimately
used in Virginia.
Well, the benefit accrues to the Virginia buyer.
Well, it accrues. The Wayfair decision is not about the owner, it's about the use. And so if it is used in Virginia, it is not subject to the Maryland tax.
Okay, this is important because I'm in possession of an email from a prominent organization in Maryland. I protect the anonymity of the person. He said, "We have been contacted by several subcontractors in the defense industry who have indicated that they will be forced to relocate out of state." He goes on and says, "As defense subcontractors, most of their contracts are fixed price contracts that are approved by the federal government and are set for the life of the contract. As such, a 3% gross rate tax would require them to take on untenable costs over the life of the contracts that are already in existence." So is what you're telling me that if those contracts are between Maryland vendors and Virginia buyers, that the Maryland vendors will not have to pay 3% on the income they receive from those contracts?
If the service is used in Virginia, exactly.
Okay. All right, let me go on with a few more questions if I could, and I assume you're the right person to answer my questions.
We'll see.
So I'm looking at, again, at the statute, and the statute defines the services that are covered by this IT tax by NAICS codes.
Yep.
Does any other state have language that seeks to tax businesses based on a NAICS code?
To my knowledge, they do not use the entire code, but the code is the primary basis under which the federal government and businesses identify industries. Different states do it in different ways, and the judgment of the committee was this was the most straightforward way to do it.
And what happens if the NAICS code changes in the future?
It would
Well,
change, and that's an
the
important
statute would evolve.
That's an important reason to do it, because this is about technology. Technology changes. And so one of our big problems, this is a little background, is one of our big problems, one of the reasons we have these structural deficits is because our state sales tax, it's the 38th lowest rate in the United States, and it's one of the narrowest bases in the United States. And as a result, our revenue is not growing with the economy in the sales tax area compared to other states.
Who controls the NAICS codes?
Not
Maryland.
It's federal government. I don't know the agency.
Okay.
It might be Elon Musk.
And if the federal government decides to break
The Bureau of Census, located in Prince George's County, Maryland.
Okay, but it's a federal agency. If the Bureau of the Census, in its wisdom, decides to take NAICS code 519 and because of developments in technology, break it out into 4 different NAICS codes, and 519 is no longer there, does that mean this tax is no longer payable because no
That's
company
a
is
very
subject?
interesting question. You're obviously a very good lawyer, Senator. I don't know the answer to that one. It's the 2022 definition.
Is that what this says?
That's what I'm being told.
I don't see anything that, oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe you're right. I'll have to go back and check.
I could be.
That's a good answer.
Thank you.
Lastly, don't these particular NAICS codes, which are singled out here, apply to the same industries that Governor Moore has specifically targeted for growth?
I don't know specifically his list compared to this list. In general terms, they're in the technology sector, which is what we want to grow, and we want, as they grow, we want them to help contribute to growing our economy, growing our educational system. I mean, that's the way the economy works. Everything's related to everything else, and therefore, because we've had a very narrow sales tax base, we have not been able to make the investments that we'd like to.
So this tax, as I read in the newspapers, is expected to produce $500 million in taxable income. So that's taking $500 million out of these industries that the governor says he wants to grow. How does taking $500 million out of these industries help them grow?
I don't agree with that economic analysis. This is a sales and use tax. So where the sales and use tax lands, who pays it, is something that economists argue about all the time. But it is a tax paid by the buyer, not by the seller. And these sellers are the ones who are in the tech business. So think of the industries, think of a law firm, for example, that buys tech services.
Covered by these NAICS codes.
Yeah, a law firm buys some tech services. They might have to pay some sales tax on the tech service there at 3%. So it's not coming out of the tech industry. It's coming out of all those who use tech services.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, on the favorable report as amended,
President.
yes, recognize the minority whip on the favorable report.
Just a question about, to the floor leader, to the chairman, about Amendment 24 contained a removal of the sales tax exemption for the sale of artistic and photographic material for use in advertisements. Trying to understand.
Yeah, so there were a number of things that, products that have been exempted in the past. And this is a thing that's created by somebody and sold as a product that were exempt. We went through the list. We thought that that was appropriate they be included in the future now.
So what was the feeling, the rationale for them being exempted before? Did we have a rationale?
I don't know what it was. I wasn't around.
I'm sure none of us were. So the question I have, again, is there a concern, should there be a concern, that this is going to add cost to advertising for every small business in the state? Because that's what I see it as. And in the interest of full disclosure, I do a little work in advertising myself. I don't have to take the rule, I don't think, but I mean, it's, it's part of the cost. Does this include if you create something as like an advertiser?
It's a product from advertising, yes. What's that? It's a photo or something like that that's sold to the advertising.
It is not graphic design necessarily. It's not adding a tax to graphic design.
It's not the production of it.
It's the stock imagery.
It is it. Right. The product. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Until AI takes it all over.
Well, that is a concern.
Another couple days.
All right, on the favorable report as amended, any further discussion on the favorable committee report? Objections to the favorable committee report? If not, the favorable committee report as amended is adopted. The chairman has an amendment. The pages will collect and distribute the chair's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you may or may not have noticed, as we went through there, we had added a couple of triggers that would take effect should certain federal actions occur. And it was all focused on Medicaid funding. And should either our rate change in one instance, or there be a change in, or there be a change that would begin a block grant for Medicaid, we would, in effect, if it reached a certain dollar amount, it would affect what we would do. So I have been hinting at that some things have been going on that may have changed the way we thought about things. And this weekend, I get a call from the state superintendent. And I was surprised by this call to begin with, and then really surprised to learn that they had been providing resources to our local jurisdictions, and there was an understanding, a commitment from the federal government, this is all related to remaining COVID funds, that we would have access to that money and we would be able to reimburse, we would be reimbursed by the federal government and move forward. Money was provided to local governments, to the school systems, and now, in an email that was received at 5:03 on Saturday night, saying that at 5 o'clock that day, 3 minutes earlier, that your funds have been cut off, that the commitment that you had been made to the state of Maryland, and I propose states all over the country, that money that you had been counted on, that money that you actually had already expended, you would not be reimbursed for. That amount was in $300 million. So, with regard to this amendment, we made the decision to shift to a broader understanding of losses on the federal government. And that's what this amendment does. It says if we have $1 billion problem from an action, combined actions on the federal government, that we will begin a process of review that goes through our policy committee, and we would start making determinations and work with the governor to come up with solutions. And by the way, although we have the ability to make a request from the federal government to change their mind on this, at the moment, we are on the hook for $300 million. And we have paid for it. We were talking about float earlier, and the money that exists coming in and going out. We use that money believing in that receivable that we would be able to pay back the department, but in effect, we are now short an additional $300 million, assuming we don't get a waiver. Complicated, because this won't happen immediately, but it's real. And so this amendment replaces those other amendments that specifically just deal with Medicaid, where we thought our exposure was, and now we know that our exposure is clearly much broader, and it's actually happened right while we were here. So I would move the amendment.
All right, the chairman moves the amendment. On the amendment, I recognize the senator from the 42nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a question. Again, the budget is not my area of expertise. So does this amendment, does the Legislative Policy Committee that will receive the recommendation, does it currently have the authority to act on the recommendation without the General Assembly meeting? No. Does this amendment purport to give it that authority? So what do we accomplish by this, other than the Legislative Policy Committee will have a chance to take a look at a recommendation?
Yeah, look, we have to be wide-eyed open about what could be happening, because it is happening. And we need to have the leadership of the bodies, both bodies, and that's what the Policy Committee is, largely. We should be saying to the administration, we're going to work with you. We're telling you we're ready. If something as extreme as this occurs, we're ready to start looking at and looking for solutions, and we need to do it in a cooperative way. That's essentially what it does.
Okay, but the next step would be a new General Assembly session to deal with the recommendations of the policy.
Could very well be.
Okay, thank you.
All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? Further discussion, if not, any objections to the amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Yes, we recognize the minority whip on the, or with an amendment, the page will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
Yeah, you're going to read it to me. I can hear what it is.
All right, senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment that I think is one that is really trying to get at the heart of a concern that I've heard, and I think all of us have been hearing from our constituents about what we're considering doing with this BERFA and the budget overall. When the governor came out with the idea that a lot of folks would be getting a tax break, not a tax increase, not mentioned at all really, or I mean prominently anyways, in the glowing press reports, was that they were going to eliminate itemization, which I think for some reason there were people who put the tax policy together that thought that only really rich people itemize. But there's actually a whole lot of middle class, upper middle class people that itemize. And so because maybe if you own a home, you itemize. That's certainly one of the most prominent things, but also charitable contributions. And Maryland, up until now, allowed for medical expenses to be itemized. And I can tell you that the amount of email traffic I've actually gotten on the medical expense concern from a lot of folks has been very high. But also I know that our nonprofits, we're a very generous state. In fact, I saw a statistic that said it was like $6.7 billion in contributions to nonprofits in Maryland from people in this past year. Now, I don't know about you. I give, I'm a Christian and I attend a church, and so we have, in my faith tradition, we have something called tithing, where we give 10% of our income, roughly, give or take, to a church for the mission that it's trying to accomplish. Many people I know in this body have that sort of tradition, or maybe you don't give a certain percentage, but you give to a church or a synagogue. Other folks maybe don't have as much of that in their faith tradition, or they give to a lot of other nonprofits. my family, we try to be generous with when we can be. And so one of the motivations that some people have, though, is that tax deduction. Now, I'm going to continue giving to charities and church, whether I have a tax deduction or not, but there are a lot of folks, especially that give charitable contributions, and the tax deduction is a big part of that. So this amendment would would say that we are going to still allow for itemized deductions for charitable contributions that are allowed under Code 170 of the Internal Revenue Code, or a deduction for medical expenses. Because once again, where this bill starts to phase out itemized deductions is still very much, at this point, kind of middle class, depending on where you live, upper middle class in some places. It's not necessarily wealthy. So I think that and look, if we pass the rest of this, the middle class thing is you're gonna have to make even more to be middle class. So I would just strongly urge the body to support this amendment. I think it's a common sense one, and it actually helps lots of great nonprofits, and I think it could put a lot of folks' minds at ease about the medical benefit side as well. So I would move the amendment, Mr. President.
All right, the senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the vice chair of the committee.
Thank you, and thanks for the maker of the amendment providing it to us, and thank you for the thoughtful reflection on what motivates people to make charitable contributions. I'm a religious person as well, and many people are. And the data is pretty overwhelming that most of the charitable contributions in the United States are to religious organizations. And the data is overwhelming that most of those contributions are motivated by religious faith. Most of them are not motivated by tax deductions. I'm not speaking for everybody, but that's what the data shows. Secondly, the data shows that the average percent of income, the average person in the United States, I don't have Maryland data, this is in the United States, contributes 4% of their income for charitable purposes. But among lower income and working class people who make less than $50,000 a year, they give twice the percentage of their income as wealthier people do. It is true, and I appreciate you recognizing that. So the idea that charitable contributions are dependent on big tax breaks for very wealthy people is a myth. But even though it's a myth, because we're trying to be very reasonable here, the committee says, okay, if your income is $200,000 or less, that's 80% of the people in Maryland, you can have full deductions on medical expenses, full deductions on charitable contributions. And if it's higher than that, if it's $250,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, we will gradually phase out the size of that deduction. I worked with DLS to try to find out when it would phase out entirely. They say it's somewhere between $800,000 and $1 million of income. The reality is the overwhelming number of Marylanders under the existing bill will be able to deduct their charitable and medical deductions if they want to, so I'd urge rejection of the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, if there are any senators who have not yet spoken and wish to speak, if not, recognize senator in the 37th district on the amendment.
I believe I jumped up and before the senator in front of me very quickly. I just wanted to cause pause. I'll pass. I like to pass the microphone. Would that be okay, Mr. President?
Senator wishes to yield to the senator from Hartford and Cecil.
Yes.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the vice chair yield for?
Yes, sir.
Senator may
So
proceed.
just over the weekend, I had some concern calls from some people in the volunteer fire service in the county that I represent. They have real concerns about losing out on a lot of donations, and as you know, they're also up against it for funding. So was that taken into consideration and addressed in any way in your committee?
Not separately from other charitable organizations. I mean, I know in my district, our volunteer fire departments rely a lot on charitable donations. But I come back to my point is that most charitable deductions are given by most people because they believe in the cause. Certainly in my neighborhood, people give to the Branchville Volunteer Fire Department because they know the Branchville Volunteer Fire Department is there for them. And even if that weren't the motivation, we have very few people in my neighborhood who have $1 million incomes. Now, maybe some other folks do, I'm sure they do, but 80% of the people in Maryland will have unlimited tax deductions under this bill without this amendment.
Okay, just to speak to the amendment then,
Sure.
I mean, you know, I chaired the budget committee at my local fire company for probably 7 or 8 years, and I think anything that limits that, I know you say, well, people don't always give for that reason, but if even it knocks down a quarter, of what normally would be given, every penny matters. And these are tight budgets that our volunteer fire companies are dealing with. I mean, the cost of equipment that goes up all the time, supplies. Now a lot of the volunteer fire companies are also supplemented by some paid personnel. Some counties pick up a good bit of that. Others, the volunteers are kind of on the hook for. So that would cause some concern. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? Not recognize the senator from the 37th.
I apologize. Thank you for the accommodation. I just want to follow up on the debate earlier. I know in my district, with the energy funding, the churches have been funding our local community agency action. So the idea that all funding to churches is just because of religious affiliation, the churches are filling, this social safety net. And we have, in our district, we have so many rural organizations that do so much for so many different folks and young folks, families, seniors, and they drive. They raise a lot of money. We have something called the Midshore Community Foundation. It's based off of charitable donations. So I guess I have a question. Would the Midshore Community Foundation, would those donations no longer be tax deductible?
No, not true at all. For anybody with an income of a family income under $200,000 in your district giving to the Community Foundation, their charitable contribution would be 100% tax deductible. In the case of your constituents who give to the Community Foundation, who have incomes between $200,000 and let's say $1 million, they wouldn't get the full deduction. They'd get a percentage of the deduction. The way the formula works in the bill is it reduces the deduction by 7.5% every $50,000.
So the angel donors that come in with those big donations would no longer be able to take a deduction.
No, that is not true.
I mean an angel donor, someone that's willing to write a check for $30,000 or $50,000 to an organization. They would not be able.
No.
And their income's over that threshold. How much was the threshold?
$200,000, which is 80% of Marylanders are below that threshold. But it wouldn't eliminate the deduction. It would phase out the deduction as the person's income went up.
And when's the phase out?
It starts at $200,000, and the deduction is reduced by 7.5% for each $50,000 of additional income above $200,000. So the overwhelming, if I might, Senator, we don't have the exact figures because people are in different situations, but the overwhelming number of charitable deductions of all sizes will continue to be deductible in Maryland. It is only for those with the highest incomes for which the deduction would be somewhat smaller than it would be for folks below $200,000.
Okay, thank you. And then where exactly is this in the bill? Do you know what section?
I defer to the chairman for that. I don't know exactly where it is in the bill myself, truthfully. We're looking it up.
I too received a phone call from a volunteer fire company asking me about it. I couldn't answer them.
I appreciate that. I understand why people are concerned because when you make changes like this, they think, how have I been doing it in the past? What's going to happen? And that's important for us to get this message out that in fact the overwhelming number of charitable contributions are still going to be deductible.
157.
157. Senator, on the amendment. We're on the amendment. It's on page 157.
So I would support the amendment. I appreciate the answer.
Senator, just the amendment says page 157 on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Yes, back to the minority maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the issue's been raised pretty well. I do want to say the 200,000 is an interesting distinction. It's combined. Now that's still doing pretty well. But I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of places in this state where a family of 4 or 5 making $200,000 a year, you're not poor, you're not destitute, you shouldn't be eligible for Medicaid, but you're not exactly, the point is, I understand, of course, people who give religiously, a lot of times they're not motivated by the tax thing, but they might be motivated to give that extra $500, that extra $1,000 at the end of the year that they might not otherwise give. Same with people who are very wealthy. They oftentimes are incentivized to give. And again, I also point out this has medical expenses in it. And somebody could be making decent money and then have some tremendous medical expenses in their family, and maybe they're making $250,000 or $280,000 a year and have tremendous medical expenses that they need to be able to deduct. So I would press the amendment and ask for a roll call, Mr. President, and thank you.
All right, question is on the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 26 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Further amendments to the bill or its title, recognize the senator from the 38th district has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Give us just a moment to make sure we get the right one up on the board, Senator. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first wanted to share with my colleagues why I'm offering this amendment. Going back to 2016, when legislation was passed establishing the Kerwin Commission and its charge, and leading to the passage of the Blueprint Education Bill in 2020, when the world was shutting down due to COVID. I was among those attending the early Kerwin Commission meetings, and although I wasn't a member of the Kerwin Commission, I recognized that this would be the vehicle for Maryland's next major education reform plan, and that it would impact every public school student in our state. And I just wanted to share with my colleagues, because I think I've been consistent since 2016. From the start, I was concerned that we did not have enough local involvement from our local school systems and counties as the Kerwin Commission moved forward with major, costly reforms. And from the start, I was among those raising questions about the immediate and long-term affordability of the blueprint. And now we are 3 years into implementation of the blueprint and looking at the challenges of paying for a $3.8 annual billion program over 10 years. So I wanted to share with my colleagues that back in December, all 24 of our local school superintendents across the state of Maryland put forward 30+ legislative and policy recommendations for the blueprint, prioritized pillar by pillar. And this was a very serious exercise, one of the most thoughtful I've ever seen, that made clear that the blueprint goals are achievable, but the implementation needs to be streamlined, and that the blueprint's one-size-fits-all approach needs flexibility for it to work in the individual school systems. So it's encouraging to me that some of the recommendations, including policy adjustments that the State Board of Education and the Accountability and Implementation Board made, could be made actually without legislation. However, these changes don't go far enough to address the fiscal and accountability concerns with the blueprint. The chair just mentioned that we have received extremely concerning news from the federal government this weekend, and Maryland is in serious jeopardy of losing $300 million from the United States Department of Education because Maryland's Department of Education failed to meet reporting deadlines to receive reimbursements using federal COVID funds. We don't have an extra $300 million to spare, and it is foolish to double down on blueprint spending when there are obvious accountability issues coupled with the concerns of our local school districts who are struggling to meet both the financial and the policy mandates. It's never been more clear that we need a pause in the blueprint when it comes to affordability and implementation, and that is the purpose of my amendment. The amendment pauses the blueprint at current levels for the next 2 fiscal years, fiscal year 26 and 27, and ensures the local school systems would be receiving the same amount in fiscal year 26 and 27 as they received in fiscal year 2025. The approximate fiscal savings for the next 2 years are $88 million total. This pause gives the state and local school systems the needed time to assess the existing blueprint policy mandates and the cost of each of them pillar by pillar for individual school systems. The pause allows for all the stakeholders, the Maryland Department of Education, the Accountability and Implementation Board, with local education stakeholders, teachers, employee organizations, school leadership, and parents to analyze and truly understand the long-term sustainability of both blueprint mandates and other existing policy mandates on local education agencies. The pause allows for all components of funding education, blueprint and beyond, to be analyzed at both the state and local levels, including transportation, building maintenance, operating and capital funds for school security, health services, food services, employee and retire health benefits. We focus so much on the blueprint that we do not spend enough time on the overall funding challenges of education and what's affordable, especially during Maryland's budget crisis. So let's do our homework at the state level during the pause. Let's give our local school systems a pause from the blueprint mandate so they have the flexibility and the authority to prioritize the components of the blueprint for their individual school systems and what works best for the teachers and personnel and students in their local areas. I believe the pause gives us the time we need to take a hard look at the recommendations from the local school superintendents to work with all education partners to guarantee the success of the blueprint at the local level, thereby benefiting our state's most important resource, our students. And given that the chair acknowledged that revising the blueprint will be considered, I was hopeful that this would be considered a friendly amendment, Mr. Chair.
Let's check with the chair on this status of friendliness.
Not quite. I'm going to ask the body to resist this amendment. I feel like we've covered some of this territory, sort of broadly speaking, before. I pointed out that we have the blueprint bill coming up before us, maybe tonight, hopefully tonight, and that there are changes that were made in that bill that we will be looking at. And there will be some savings and a change of pace from the original blueprint, which I consider appropriate, and I believe the committee sees appropriate. What I think moving forward, the problem with what I believe that the senator's amendment is that it moves too quickly at a time when we don't need to. As I pointed out several times before, we have a balanced budget before us. We will be slowing the pace of the blueprint. We've dramatically reduced the structural deficit in both 26 and 27 and maybe further. And I believe that it's not necessary at this point to take this kind of action. I think it's not necessary that we would be cutting millions of dollars in pre-K, millions of dollars in community schools, all of those actions which are right to be looked at. I don't want to disqualify that. I do not believe this is the appropriate time to do it given what we have in front of us. So I would ask you to resist this amendment.
All right. On the amendment, further discussion on the amendment. Recognize the senator from the 29th District on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I would ask you to support this amendment. You know, many of us were here in 2021 when we debated, and we worked very diligently when we talked about the blueprint. And the issue was we established a set of guidelines in 2021 for everybody to follow, for the state to follow, and for the counties to follow. And they set their budgets up in a method and a way to do that. And now, all of a sudden, in 2026, we have adjusted the state's obligation, and I appreciate the fact that we have done that, right? But the fact is, when we pulled back the foundation funding from the counties where they had set their budgets, we created an additional hole for the counties. And so, that being said, what this amendment does is it allows us and it allows the counties to work within their means, still saying that education and the blueprint is very important. As many people here know, I have somebody very close to me that works every day with the blueprint. But I also have my children that go through and have attended public school. I believe in our public schools. I believe in what we are doing, but I do think that it is important to address this amendment, and for that reason, I'll be voting green.
All right, thank you, Senator. On the amendment, the clerk will call the roll. Watch out.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 30 votes to the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognize the senator from the 35th District. Senator has an amendment. Pages
Yes,
will
Mr.
collect
President.
and distribute the senator's amendment. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. About 10 years ago, maybe a little more, the General Assembly passed legislation that put the gas tax, tied it to CPI, or Consumer Price Index. What this amendment simply does is remove that. So if our constituents were going to have to deal with a gas tax increase, we would have to take a vote like they did prior to that legislation being passed. And, you know, we're dealing with, we're hearing from all our constituents, they're struggling with their bills. You know, a lot of them are having a tough time out there. And this is going to hit, I think it's in July, once again. This has never gone down. It only goes up all the time. And I think it's important that when it comes to policy like this, that we don't just have this kind of lazy way of getting this almost automatic increase that's going to be, this regressive increase going to be passed to our constituents. I think we need to have the courage to give it an up or down vote in here. So I would like to move the amendment, Mr. President, and ask for a roll call, please.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the subcommittee chair on the amendment.
Well, I thank you, Mr. President, and to my colleague from District 35. I appreciate that, and I will say this, Mr. President. You know, we made some very, very courageous steps in ensuring that we can address the deficit that we have, and I believe that you know, having the CPI here gives us a bit of assurance. It's a tool that we can use to kind of monitor where we are. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
All right. Recognize the, well, let's see, are there any senators who have not yet voted, have not yet spoken, who would like to speak? If not, recognize the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is a bipartisan issue. Just less than 2 years ago, our Governor Moore, was quoted in the Baltimore Sun saying, if my mom, when she was working multiple jobs and out of nowhere, she watched her gas tax increase, for many people that's not a big deal. but that would have been a big deal for my mom, and I just feel like we've got to do better for working families in the state of Maryland, end quote. This is a bipartisan issue. It's a regressive increase, so I would encourage my colleagues to vote along with the moms out there and give this a green vote. Thank you.
All right, on the amendment, all right, we're going to start enforcing the rules that if someone has not yet spoken, we go back to the maker of the amendment. It's going to be the last person on the bill. So let's go to the minority whip on the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Just to speak in favor of the bill, of the amendment, to illustrate kind of the issue here, you understand the concept behind CPI being tied to gas tax. It's certainly easier. I understand there's a desire for predictability, that you'll never have to worry about a dip in revenue, or at least not a dip in the rate. I wish that same rationale had been used when we discussed fares. But a couple years ago, the same body voted to eliminate the CPI escalator on transit fares. And I'm sure the rationale behind that was, well, those are folks, a lot of times, people using transit that are poor or lower middle class or whatever you want to call it. Of course, we also have a lot of people in the Washington area that are pretty well-to-do that use WMATA and use different types of transit. So you can kind of cut this both ways. It's the same thing with the gas tax. But what we're doing, what this General Assembly has done in the past several years, but particularly this year and this BERFA and some of the things that have been done in the last couple of years, is made it much more expensive to drive a car, own a car. And a car is still a primary method of transport for 90% of commuters and travelers in the state of Maryland. And so I think, what's good for one is good for the other, and I think it would send a powerful message that we're going to look out for working people, working families. We're adding a bunch of costs now to these, we're doubling or in some cases more than doubling car registration tax. We're more than doubling and tying to CPI, VEIP. There's a number of different issues and things we've either done in the past year or two, or we're doing in this budget as a General Assembly. So I strongly support the gentleman's amendment. Ask for a roll call if it hasn't been asked for already, and I just ask for a green vote. Thank you.
All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 26 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognize the senator from the 35th has another amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would take the proceeds from the gas tax that we've just been talking about and apply it to the State Highway Administration Roads and Bridges account in the Transportation Trust Fund. This will ensure we have dedicated funding to take care of our roads and bridges in our districts. Per the U.S. Department of Transportation, in 2024, Maryland continues to underinvest in road infrastructure compared to other states, ranking 37th in per capita road spending in both 2021 and 2022. Maryland is ranked 45th in the country for the percentage of road miles deemed acceptable at 70%, and they're 10% below the national average, which is near 82%. Compared to surrounding states, Virginia's 29th, Delaware's 26th. I think it's important that we have, we dedicate these funds because a lot of our roads, we all drive them every day. Well, most of them do. They need that attention and get this money put away and secured. So I would like to move for the amendment and ask for a roll call on this as well. Thank you.
All right, senators move the amendment. Let's hear from the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the amendment from my colleague. but I will ask the body to resist the amendment. All these dollars go to the Transportation Trust Fund. We respect the experts. Thank you.
All right, question remains on the amendment. Recognize the senator from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of my friend from Hartford County in regards to his amendment here. And I appreciate the floor leader indicating about the Transportation Trust Fund, and it goes back to some of the other ones we had discussed earlier, and one we're going to discuss here probably right after this. $4.8 billion is what goes to transit out of the Transportation Trust Fund. $1.7 billion is what goes to roads and highways. So if we can agree that these taxes are created and these fees are created because they are to support the roads, bridges, and highways, we should having those go into that intended use. So with that, Mr. President, I appreciate the time and press the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, further discussion. If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 31 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Further amendments, recognize the senator from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
The senator has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator, may I explain the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this amendment is in regards to a subject matter we discussed previously in regards to the tire tax. And so as was discussed earlier, the tire tax is going to add a $5 per tire tax on all new tires. So you get a set of 4 tires, get a nice new set of Michelins, you're going to add another $20. That's going to be on top of the already pre-existing recycling fee as well as the 6% sales tax. So between the recycling fee that's already in statute, as well as this fee that's going in here, this $5 one, it's a 650% increase in tire fees. And again, to the previous conversation, the previous amendment, while this money does go to the TTF, it is not restricted to a particular use. I know earlier this evening when we had some questions in regards to the tax itself, it was brought up by the floor leader as far as the kind of the genesis, I think, for why this tax was created. Obviously, if you're driving more on the roads, your tires are wearing down, you got to get more tires, et cetera, which I agree with. And so the only thing this amendment does, it asks the same as the previous amendment, that if that fee is being collected, that it is dedicated for that use for the roads. Because again, we don't have a wheel tax right now where we are collecting fees for all the wheels for our light rails or our MARC trains, things of that nature, to provide that infrastructure. We're collecting fees on tires, and again, that fee should go towards the roads. So with that, Mr. President, I move the amendment and wish for a roll call vote.
All right, Senator moves the amendment, recognizing the senator, the subcommittee chair.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from District 2.
Mr. President,
Excuse me, what purpose does Senator rise?
Can I just hold for a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a second, please.
Subcommittee, if we yield to the chair momentarily.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. President, Subcommittee Chair. Appreciate the thought that went into this and see the nexus. And so I'm going to suggest that we support this, and I'm going to call a roll call.
All right. On the amendment, any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
I don't know. Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 44 votes in the affirmative, the senator's amendment is adopted. We have another amendment from the senator from the 37th. Page will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Currently, the sale of certain precious metal bullion and coins is not taxable under $1,000. Everything over $1,000 is taxed. In the BERFA, that exemption up to $1,000 would be eliminated. This amendment would restore the tax status of certain precious metal bullion and coins. It's important to note also in the BERFA there's an exemption for the Baltimore City Convention Center, which is home of a large coin show. Well, the participants in that coin show are coming from out of state. Years ago, Maryland created this exemption up to $1,000, and it has generated a strong market for precious metal bullion and coins. This isn't something that everybody's involved with. It's not. It's a sort of a different type of an investment. It's not your typical stock market investment. However, when you don't have a lot of resources and you want to invest, a lot of people have invested in this business, and it's flourished. It's a particular problem for anyone on the Eastern Shore, as Delaware has no sales tax. So if this exemption goes away, we lose that entire industry that's been built on the shore. You can kiss them goodbye. It's a very serious problem. The industry doesn't affect all districts. It's stronger in certain places. However, it is doing very well, and it's generating millions of dollars in revenue for the state of Maryland. By adding the tax, there's this estimate that we're going to bring in, more money from the sale of these precious metals, when in reality, the dealers are all going to leave the state of Maryland. So the value that's estimated to gain by taxing this, I think is very misleading. It's a really important amendment for a number of folks who I know personally. You may or may not know some of them, and I hope that the body will see favorably on the amendment and vote for it. Thank you.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the chair on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the senator's comments and concerns, but I'm going to ask the body to resist this amendment. It's all part of our program to make everything balance, and I would ask that you resist the amendment.
All right. Yes, I recognize the minority whip on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could just speak to one issue, the reason we're raising, and the gentleman from the Eastern Shore said it very well. This is a group of a lot of small businesses, and they're actually ones all across the state that sell these coins and precious metals. I had the opportunity when I was a young person. My wife, her parents were involved in an auction business, and I got to know people who dabbled in things like scrap metal and coins and collectibles, and learn only a little bit about the industry. But the idea of buying coins may seem trivial, or it may seem like something you see Bill Devane on late night, cable news at hawking gold. But the fact is, a lot of folks use gold and silver as a way to supplement their retirement, their investments. They think it is a safe investment. And what's happening here is that if you have this tax on coins over $1,000, a lot of folks are going to go to a coin shop and they're going to take money that they've got for their retirement or their savings, and they're going to buy maybe $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 of silver or gold coins. And if you're looking at a $5,000 purchase, you could save $300 by driving 30 minutes to Pennsylvania from Frederick County. You're going to do that. And so it really is going to harm them. And so I just strongly support this. And if this was bringing in $35 or $40 million into the package, I still wouldn't support it because I don't support raising taxes, but I would at least understand it. But this is like $3 million, $3.5 million. So I would just ask the body's support on this and a green vote on the roll call.
All right, if there are no further senators who wish to speak who have already spoken, we'll go back to the maker of the amendment.
Yeah, just to close it out, Mr. President, you know, it's in our district, it's a 30, 40-minute drive to get to Delaware. There's no tax there. The revenues that are proposed to be generated by taxing this are just going to escape and go across state lines, and it's going to directly affect a lot of Maryland residents who participate in this because they're going to go with that business.
All right, thank you, Senator. If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 27 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 352 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right, we're going to do one more calendar to get things introduced before we take a short break. We said it was going to be a long week. It's proven to be so. So we're going to go to calendar 35, report number 35 out of Education, Energy, and the Environment. I would thank you, Mr. Chair, for budget and tax members. Not the last we'll see of this. We've got a few more rounds to go, but a good interim round. All right, the clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 909, Senator Hester, Energy Resource Adequacy Planning Act, favorable of 2 amendments.
All right, recognizing the bill sponsor as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As amended, this bill establishes the Strategic Energy Planning Office as an independent energy modeling and forecasting division of the state government. The office is established similar to the Office of People's Counsel with a similar office and funding structure. The office must develop a wholesale energy markets and bulk power system risk report, and the bill establishes multiple study and reporting requirements for the office and other related units of state government. The bill takes effect July 1st, 2025. There are 2 committee amendments. The first one is technical. The second one alters the bill as described above. I'd move the favorable adoption of the committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. Does the senator have an additional motion?
Yes, I'd like to lay it over.
Yes, all right. The senator's moved to lay. Senator's motion is in order. The bill and the amendments will lie over under the rule. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 931, Senator Feldman, Public Utilities, Generating Stations, Generation and Sting Renewable Energy Certainty Act, favorable of 4 amendments.
Recognizing Chair of the Committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. As amended, this bill, Senate Bill 931, adds a new factor that the Public Service Commission must consider before taking final action on a certificate of public convenience and necessity. Number 2 establishes specified requirements for the construction of energy storage devices and certain solar energy generating stations. Number 3 imposes specified requirements and limitations on local jurisdictions with respect to the construction and development of such devices and generating stations. Number 4 authorizes local governments to establish community solar automatic enrollment programs as specified. Number 5 establishes requirements for the sale, lease, and installation of residential rooftop solar energy generating systems and subjects violators to specified fines. And finally, Mr. President, number 6 requires the Public Service Commission to conduct a study and report on the results of the study by December 1st, 2026. Mr. President, there are 4 amendments. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment numbers 2 through 4 are as just described. And with that, Mr. President, I'd move to lay over the amendment, the bill and the amendments.
All right, Senator has moved to the adoption of the 4 committee amendments and the favorable committee report and has moved to lay the bill and the amendments over under the rule. The Motion's order. The bill and the amendment will lay over under the rule. Clerk will read the next bill.
President?
Oh, yes.
Just point of order.
Please.
Explain the layover now. Are you laying it over till the end of this session, or are you laying it over until the next session, which would be a special order?
No, it's the layover until the next session, the next legislative session.
Okay, so it's going to be to the next legislative session, which is when?
Approximately 45 minutes after we adjourn.
So we're going to have, you're providing us 45 minutes until we bring up these bills again? Is that what we're saying?
Potentially. We still have 4 piles of other work to do as well, so.
Okay, so we go till 7 o'clock doing those, and then we get 45 minutes.
It's going to be a late night.
I understand a late night, but I'm more concerned with we're getting, 3 of the most important bills that we've worked on this session. We've made conversation about having these come over after crossover, which has always been known, and then we're getting a layover of bills that are just getting on second reader for 45 minutes. That's it. We can't bring these bills up tomorrow?
Senator, we got a timeline. Most of these bills were voted Wednesday or Thursday of last week. There was one that was voted today, but the remainder.
Mr. President, we've had the conversations many times about when bills get voted and when they get reported. They're just being reported right now. So they got voted. They could have been changed. We voted on a bill, one time that got defeated, came back, got brought up for reconsideration. The bill changed. So the bills can change until they're reported. So it's hard to say that we voted something on Wednesday, and therefore we should have known that would be the committee product 5 days from then.
The chair assures the good senator that the rules are being complied with.
I'm not saying that the rules aren't being complied with. I'm just saying we can't have any more than 45 minutes to take up 3 of the most important bills that even you have said from the very beginning that this legislative session was going to be about the budget and about energy policy. And we've spent, 5 hours here already on the budget, which again was very important. I think there were a lot of good ideas that came across. And now all of a sudden the next most important issue that everybody has talked about this session, we're going to bring out on second reader, and we can't get any time to take a look at it and evaluate it and see what it is?
Yes.
That's it. We're gonna jam these through on second reader. We get 45 minutes, and then we have to prepare any type of amendments or anything we want to do for discussion on these bills within 45 minutes.
Senator's correct. We will follow the rules of the Senate of Maryland. All right.
The bill is still up is that right?
No, Senator, this is the next bill. The clerk has to read the bill.
Okay.
Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 937, the President, Public Utilities, Electricity Generation, Planning, Procurement, Permitting, and Co-location, Next Generation Energy Act, favorable with 5 amendments.
Yes, recognizing these, the Senate, actually, it's after the 80th day. It's been a long day. It's after the 80th day, so layover is actually only an hour, just to be clear. So it was giving a little bit even longer, more generous. All right, recognizing the senator as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 937, as introduced, is a really important bill in that it really touches on 3 different phases that are important for us as it relates to the energy policy. Near-term relief, what we're dealing with, mid-term help with our reliability and relief, and then long-term trying to deal with our overall load. The bill establishes a procurement process for dispatchable energy generation and a temporary expedited approval process, and creates a zero-emission credit process to create incentives for new nuclear energy and prohibits behind-the-meter co-location unless the equivalent amount of additional power is created by the generating station. The Maryland Energy Administration, in coordination with the Public Service Commission and the Department of Natural Resources, must pursue regional nuclear costs sharing agreements and agreements with federal agencies regarding the siting of potential nuclear power, nuclear energy projects. The bill also eliminates waste to energy and refuse derived fuel from the renewable portfolio standard. The bill takes effect July 1st, 2025, and provisions establishing a temporary expedited dispatchable energy generation approval process for the terminate June 30th of 2030. Mr. President, there are, in fact, 5 amendments which will incorporate this into it. The first amendment is technical, and amendments 2 through 5 alter the bill as I was describing, and I will continue to describe with the amendments as follows. The bill also establishes a state policy to encourage the development of that nuclear power. It requires that MIA, in coordination with the PSC and DNR, to pursue the regional nuclear cost sharing agreements with neighboring states. It authorizes a legislative energy hardship credit from the Strategic Energy Investment Fund to return to residential ratepayers. It prohibits behind-the-meter co-location unless an equivalent amount of additional power is created by the generating station, and requires a specific rate schedule to be established. It establishes a procurement process for a minimum of approximately 3,100 megawatts of dispatchable energy capacity, with costs not recoverable through utility rates, so it doesn't go to our constituents, and related temporary expedited certificate of public convenience and necessity. The dispatchable energy must be for at least 100 megawatts of dispatchable generation with a capacity factor of 80% or greater, which would include nuclear power, natural gas, and offshore wind. They meet that definition, and establishes a procurement process for front-of-the-meter energy storage and transmission level energy storage. Establishes a zero-emission credit process for nuclear energy procurement, overseen by the Public Service Commission. Expands the ability for energy efficiency projects to use loans, which will help save some of our constituents money, off of the Empower program, for low and moderate income residents to conduct energy efficiency upgrades in their homes, and requires companies that provide natural gas to provide a cost-benefit analysis. This relates to the STRIDE program, demonstrating benefit to consumers, and requiring any other of the rates go through be on a separate bill process. I will also will mention that this legislation also puts restrictions on multi-year rate plans to make sure that if they do occur, that they are beneficial to our ratepayers. Mr. President, I will ask that we lay the bill over under the rule.
All right, the Senator has moved for the adoption of the 5 committee amendments in the favorable committee report, and has moved to lay the bill under the rule. The Senator's motion is in order, and the motion carries.
Mr. President, just point of order again.
Senator, the Minority Leader.
So again, when I brought this up last time and I said that this was only a 1 hour, I had said that because it would have to go to this calendar still, right? Because we are inside of the last 10 days. So we don't get a automatic layover until the next day. So these will be laid over, not necessarily for 45 minutes and not necessarily for an hour, but until this session that we're in right now is done?
Well, I believe we'll be adjourning shortly.
So if you're adjourning, what are you doing with these 3 bills? You'd have to special order them to the next session.
No, Senator. It's unfinished business that would come up as a layover bill that comes up as unfinished business. All right. All right, I think we are going to pause. Let's see, we have executive noms. Let's check with the chair of executive nominations.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Executive Nominations Committee will meet in 15 minutes at 6:30 in the Amos hearing room.
At 6:30 in the hearing room. Okay, excellent. All right. Any other, I assume we're not going to do any other meetings in between. Nope, doesn't look like it. We'll keep the chamber secure. Let's do a quorum call before we adjourn.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their recorded their presence? So the clerk will take the call. 46 members in the chamber and a quorum being present. The Senate of Maryland remains in session, recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until 7:30 p.m.
Until 7:30 p.m. Without objection, so ordered.